Welcome to Wildemount. Hello.
Hello. You've got a weird vibration going on this.
Oh, it's my fan. Let me turn it off.
Oh, okay.
Better?
Yeah.
Right. Let me, My music volume, sorry. Wait. There you go. Right, we all ready to begin?
Yeah.
Okay, so in the last session of Wildemount, you may remember you began heading for the first time into the Underdark, led by your strange new companion and fishy friend, Lugoom. And on the way you encountered a strange group of flumps who sold you some smooth rocks and some inedible mushrooms. Eventually, though, you arrived in the village of Slubludop, where you encountered hundreds of Kuatoa. Although difficult to understand, it seemed they had declared you the heroes of their god and wanted you to deal with a blasphemous infidel named Badrapud. So, you made your way across the Dark Lake with Lugoom in tow, and eventually arrived upon a small island. Upon the island, you found an ancient shrine that you ultimately determined was built by someone who worshipped the Deep Ones, or better known as the Lost Empire of the Aboleth. You eventually found and defeated Drapud and the other traitorous Kuatoa, and discovered that a cursed sword housed here managed to sway them away from their god in return for the promise of power. Having completed your mission, you made your way back to Slubludop, where you were given a hero's welcome. Plupupleen granted Lugoom with some small semblance of power and entrusted him in following the heroes of Blibdul Poop wherever they chose to go. You slept through the evening upon returning to Sparkiller Base, and now we begin our session as you prepare to leave your home, heading north towards Rexentrum to make sure you arrive in time for the Hazel Festival. However, first of all, we get a glimpse into the event that took place technically a couple of days ago, as Blossom went to visit Ponkis Cogchart's house and see his collection of spanners.
Yeah.
And that is where we begin our session. So, let's just get right stuck into it, shall we?
Oh, that music.
So, hopefully...
That's always the music you want to hear when you're going on a date.
Can you and Tom see or not?
No.
No, okay.
I guess make Pog chart.
Yes, let's do that. Vision. Just go night vision, because fuck it. And that's... How about now?
I can see him.
Oh,
Oh, he's gone.
forward. Did it. Token vision. Night vision. 60 feet. How about now?
Yeah.
You can see in the room, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, Blossom, you find yourselves making your way to the lower part of Huppadook, definitely the more poor side of town, and eventually arriving upon a small shack on the sort of on the outskirts near the near where the builder's plot is and much of where the work takes place in the lower part of Huppadook. Eventually you follow the directions and you end up at this small shack, and you knock at the door and a familiar face answers. And he approaches and says, "Hello."
Hello. Is it? I'm come to see your Spanish.
Yeah, come on in then. Yeah, they're downstairs, but you can come in first if you want. You don't have to.
Okay.
but if you want to, you can.
I'll come in. How else am I going to see the Spanish?
Yeah, good point. Okay, come in then.
Yeah, she walks in.
Okay, so you are greeted to this site as you come in. You see a pretty humble little dwelling. You see a small kind of crumpled bed in the corner with a very fat dog on sitting upon it, a basset hound who kind of like looks up in your direction as you come in and kind of like waddles over as best she can in your direction. And he's like,
No.
"This is Lucy. I love Lucy."
She's so cute. And she like ruffles her ears.
He's gonna look like right, just making her way up to you and just drool running down her face. You can see the rest of this house is, like I said, very humble. It's got just a central table in the middle with some very basic food on it. He's got like a little fireplace with a cooking pot hanging in the middle, and just anything basic and other things nearby you'd expect to find. And he kind of leads you off in this direction. He's like, "Yeah, you can come sit down over here if you want."
Okay. Sam, just say a couple of things that are around on the tables.
So you'd find lots of different weird little trinkets. You'd find you'd find a bunch of like different kind of like little like badly drawn kind of portraits on the wall, and not portraits, like landscapes. You'd find like odds and ends, really. You'd find like little magnifying glass, probably. You'd find like little tools, and you'd find kind of just like really odds and ends you'd find throughout kind of like a humble dwelling you might expect.
Whoa, you got so much stuff in here.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I collect it real goodly.
I mean, it's not as good as my new house, but it's still pretty good. There's so much stuff.
Yeah, well,
It's so clean.
yeah, I do a pretty good job, collecting it.
Yeah, I think you did.
So, as we go into the first part of Blossom's day, I'll quickly give you a breakdown of the rules. So, as you're being shown around Podkiss's house, this part of the day is called the First Impressions part of the day. So, you're mostly sort of getting to know each other and sort of, you're just sort of you're not even getting to know each other. You're just sort of getting the initial vibes, just like getting sort of coming in and kind of just the initial introduction. So, because most dates can have a variability of initial reactions,
Oh yeah.
you get some different things. So, with this system, which is called D8 Night, you get a bunch of plus D8s and a pool of minus D8s, which kind of represent, the plus D8s represent all the positive aspects of your date, whilst the other minus D8s represents all the maybe bad, awkward, or embarrassing parts of your date. At the end of the date, you will both roll, because you both the NPC and the player do this, you both roll your pools of minus and plus D8s, and then you basically have a table at the end to find out how well the date went. So, so if you want to keep track, I've got a little notepad for Podkiss's as well. So, at the beginning, to represent the variability of initial reactions, like I said, you both get a +1 and a -1 D8 to your thing. So, if you want to put +1 D8 and -1 D8 in your pool of D8s.
I'm confused. Am I just writing this down?
Yeah, just write. You've got a +1 D8 and you've got a -1 D8. You've got one of each.
Just thought of something they could add to roll 20 now. Different coloured dice.
Oh, that would be handy, actually.
Okay. Got one of each.
Yep, you got one of each. Right, so, and secondly, what is Blossom's alignment? I can probably guess, but, I mean, you can tell me.
Chaotic, I guess good or neutral.
You have to decide. Make a difference.
Well, she got to beat the baddies, so I guess she's good. But also, she would do bad stuff, so maybe neutral.
Good or neutral? You have to tell me.
Decisions.
It's difficult because chaotic sort of. I'd say good. What would you say, Tom? Neutral. Oh, no help there.
Yeah, sorry, I'm muting because I'm eating, but I think Blossom's definitely neutral. Not in a bad way, just because she very much follows her instincts and her way of seeing the world, and if someone seemed bad in her way of seeing the world, she would attack them or whatever. If that makes sense? Rather than like an overarching thing of good or evil. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the chaotic part. Well, let's just go with neutral. It's a nice medium.
Okay. So in that case... Well, in that case, you actually don't get any... So usually alignment also plays a part, usually. If you have opposed alignments, for example, if he was lawful and you were chaotic, he is in fact neutral. So, and then good or evil, and then he is neutral good, whilst you are chaotic neutral. So, it's...
right in the middle.
You don't exactly have the...
Sorry, Hannah.
The lineup, so you don't actually gain anything or lose anything either way. So it works out pretty nicely. Now we've done that part of the date. As you're sitting around, describe to me what what would Blossom be doing in the sort of preparation for this? Would there be anything she might do before preparing to come see her new friend?
Probably not too much. She might clean up one of her daggers, the blood off of it, you know. Put an extra couple of daggers to show them off.
Yeah.
Her hair would be tied back a little bit nicer than normal, but that's about it, really.
Okay. Well, I think based off that, you haven't had a particularly bad or interesting. It's pretty kind of standard because it says your GM may reward you extra +1d8 or -1, depending on your circumstances leading up. But I think I'm going to leave it neutral because it doesn't seem to impact it too much. So, the second part of the date is, well, this is canonical. What's the date? So, as you're sitting around, what's a date is basically at the activity portion of the day. So usually it might be something like a pottery class or an underground fight ring, or maybe even a ritual sacrifice by the cultists of Ambrodius or something. But in this case, it seems that mostly you're going to be probably sitting around and eating food, and you're going to be looking at Polkis' spanner collection.
Yeah.
So you sit down, Polkis just sits down, he's like, yeah, do you want some food then?
Well, I mean, I didn't expect the food, but I definitely eat. What do you have?
I got my favourite food. I like cooking, you see. My favourite food is dumplings.
Dumplings?
Yeah, I love dumplings. I like, really nice potato bread.
Hang on a minute. Is that my food? I can't remember what my food is.
Yours is a damp noodle.
Which is a steamed round.
It's definitely different, yeah.
Yeah, it's different, yeah. Well, that sounds pretty delicious. If you have some, then I would like to try it. I'm sure that my little chef at back of my house can make it as well. Because you work there, you can have it every day.
Yeah, I've got pretty good dumplings actually, and he's just like goes over here and brings them back, and he's like, and he puts them on a little bowl for you, and the table. He's like, here you go.
Oh, thanks.
You see in the bowl, there's like this kind of like, it's like almost like a potatoey bread-like substance that's been like steamed. It looks decent enough.
Okay, let's taste it.
Yeah, it's not great, but it's not bad either. It's just kind of like, You've certainly had better, but you've not.
Well, I mean, I've had better ones, but it's pretty amazing, to be honest.
Oh, I'm glad you like it. It's my mum's recipe.
Well, all of my mums do really bad food, to be honest. You know, they just chuck it on the plate, and it's the plate has been like used by my sister first, and she eats all my food, and then I have to wait more. Oh, it's a big palaver.
Oh, my mum's dead.
Oh,
But you know, that's okay. I got Lucy.
Lucy is pretty. Lucy, come here.
She
does the little
over.
pat on the knees thing.
Like, just moves over in a direction and just kind of puts her head on your knee, and she's just looking up at the dumplings like, give me.
Oh, does she like the dumplings?
Yeah, Lucy liked dumplings, but she's on a diet.
Oh, you're on a diet, Lucy. You can't have any dumplings.
Well, she can, but she can only have 4 instead of 5.
Only 4? Oh, wow. How many have you had already, Lucy?
She's had none yet.
Oh, wow. Would you like one, Lucy? And she like holds it above.
She's kind of like licking her lips around with her huge tongue.
Yeah, go get it. And she chucks it.
And she kind of just like waddles forward. Her like belly is like so like low hanging. It's like rubbing across the floor as she just sort of waddles off towards this dumpling.
Good gosh. Yeah, see when sometimes you got to do the running before you can have food. You know, that's what you got to work for the food. That's what my dad says.
Yeah, that's true. I suppose. I mean, my mum just always said, you know, get the food and eat it up. But you know, I like cooking.
Oh, what else do you cook?
Mostly dumplings, to be honest.
Just dumplings?
Yeah, they're my favourite. I love dumplings.
Well, have you ever tried dramp noodle?
Yeah, I hate dramp noodle. It's my least favourite.
You hate dramp noodle? Dramp noodle's the best, actually.
No, I don't like custard.
No, you're well, that's bad. You gotta like custard.
No, it makes my teeth feel funny.
Oh, that's really sad because it's my favourite food.
Well, my favourite's dumplings.
Well, the dumplings are pretty good, but they're not as good as dramp noodle. Dramp noodle's the best.
Well, I guess you can have all the dramp noodle then. I don't like it.
Well, what about dramp noodle, but you know, with dumplings on top of them instead
if you
of
got
custard?
rid of the custard, you know, I think it would be nicer.
Yeah, instead of custard, you put the dumplings on top. Maybe you can mash it up like a little paste, like custard, but then, you know, put it on top, you know, like custard.
Oh, well, yeah, that sounds a lot better actually.
Or maybe I'll definitely get Poppy. I think her name's Poppy to do it for you next time you come up.
Yeah, I would really like that actually. Yeah.
Then you can have dumpling custard with delicious dramp noodle.
Yeah, that sounds really good.
Yeah,
But, no,
exactly.
but as long as it's got no custard on it, because I don't like dramp noodle with custard.
Well, I guess you could try it without the custard. I mean, as long as you like the steamed roll part of it.
Yeah, that's not so bad.
Because, you know, dramp noodle you can have with savoury potatoes.
Well,
instead of custard.
That sounds much better, because like, dumplings are just potato bread.
But the custard is so sweet and delicious.
Oh, I don't like it. It makes my teeth feel weird.
Oh no, that's really sad. Maybe you need new teeth.
Yeah, well, you know, they're pretty good, my teeth. They lasted me this long.
Well, that's true, but they don't let you have tasty food, so that's pretty bad for them.
Yeah, I guess I just like my dumplings, you know.
I guess so. What else do you like?
I like my spanners. Do you want to see my spanner collection?
Oh yeah, I do. Yes.
Okay,
Spanner
let's
time.
follow me. And he kind of starts leading you out this way. So,
Can't work out this guy's angle.
so for this part of the day, it's the kind of like what's the date bit. So it includes obviously the cooking and the dinner, and then also seeing his awesome spanner collection. So for this part of the day, Hannah, you've got to select 2 skills or abilities that you think would be relevant. So for example, if you were doing like a heavy night of drinking and singing, then you might do performance and constitution. But you have to pick the skills you think are most relevant for this particular date.
Okay. For me,
Or abilities. You just pick the 2.
Okay. Well, the date in general.
Yeah, not for
what I'm
yeah,
gonna do.
exactly. Just what you think is the most relevant to the date.
Okay. So, food and dagger collection. Food.
Feel free to stretch the thing as much as you need to. And like I said, it can be skills or abilities.
I mean, food could be.
Is he choosing as well?
Hannah chooses, but you both roll for it.
Ooh.
So food could be like. Food could be performance, like how well you put it together. Or
Seeing
wisdom.
she knows how to use thieves' tools, right?
Mm-hmm.
Austin does, yeah.
Well, spanner could be a thieves' tool.
For him though, that would be like dexterity then, I guess.
True.
Yeah, it's more like what would you be doing? Like if you're examining the spanners, are you going to be like playing with the spanners? You might be. If so, then dexterity is probably going to be more relevant. Then yeah, definitely. If you want to do that, then I would allow that.
For the daggers, it's more like how good they are, like how pristine are they? Are they how like detailed? Are they? They got little encryptions on them
So
and stuff like that.
So maybe investigation.
Maybe.
Because you're investigating them and seeing what they look like and seeing how good they are, and you're looking into the spanners. I think that makes quite a lot of sense.
Depends if he's going to get them out.
That works for him too, right? Because it would be how well he investigated them beforehand to make sure
true.
they were in good conditions.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah. It also does depend on if he's going to get them out, though. Is he going to get them out and do some, swishing around with them or something?
He's going to be showing you them. Sure.
It could be investigation. Or it could be performance for those.
It's up to you. You choose.
Okay. And then food, I'm going to say it's probably... I don't know, maybe wisdom.
Okay, so investigation and wisdom is what you're going to go with.
Sure.
Yeah, okie doke.
They're
Fine.
both terrible.
Fuck yeah, I'm ready for the trash fire.
Okay. So, you can choose either one, and then he picks one as well, and then you both roll a skill check. So, he will pick out of investigation, and I think he's going to pick investigation. I think he's pretty confident in his thing. So I'm going to roll for Ponkis.
Hey!
Fuck
He
me
fucking
sideways.
knows
What the
his
hell?
Spanish. And then you get to pick a skill, Hannah, and then
We'll go for, what did I say? Wisdom. We'll go for wisdom, I think.
yeah.
Hey.
Oh. So, Ponkis, he adds, because he got a 1624, he thinks it's being fun and you are fun to be around, so he's got a plus 1d8.
Ooh.
So let me update that. And then because you got 3, which is less than 5, so that means that Blossom, you were pretty bad at showing off your daggers, and I think you're there's kind of sort of slight disagreement about the dumplings and the Dramph noodle. I think maybe is like slightly like upset Ponkis, and I think also as he leads you downstairs, which I'll drag you over now.
Sex dungeon. Sex dungeon.
Ah!
Hold on. Oh, fuck me. I don't know why, but in Wildemount, whenever I try and like drag the box, it just does a hand, and it's like super fucking irritating. There we go. So he brings you down to the outside and leads you down to an outside basement door, which he leads you down into. And down you go into almost like a workshop down the stairs. He's got kind of lots of different work tables and full of different tools. He's got spanners are just hanging everywhere and are just placed on all the shelves in different places. Across everywhere, and also you see down here he's got a bunch of posters of what looks like a Siege Ball League posters of a team called the Aegis Strikers. And you see he's like, yeah, this is my spanner collection. It's pretty good. He kind of goes around. He's like, yeah, these are the ones I ordered from Zadash. They got a really good blacksmith there, and he built them and sent them to me.
Well, that's pretty good. They got little vines on them. That's pretty cute.
Yeah, actually, they don't, because they're like really good and perfect.
Well, perfectly clean. No, you got to have little inscriptions on them.
No, they don't have inscriptions on them.
Or little dents from where you use them, and you beat people up with them.
I keep mine in perfect conditions. They don't have any of that.
Well, perfect condition is pretty good too. I've got something in good condition.
He kind of starts picking them up and looking over them and kind of like side-eyeing you at your comment about them being like slightly like not looking perfect or whatever. Like, and he's kind of like looking at you, and he's like, I think you're wrong. Unless. And he starts like looking over all his different spanners, like moving around the room, looking at all his different spanners. And he's like,
I'm thinking right, though, to be honest.
And he kind of leans into you, and he's like, I'm pretty sure they're all perfect. But you know what they say. They might have come in here and messed up my spanners.
Who came in here and messed up your spanners?
The man.
Who's the man?
Like the big man.
Big man?
Like all the ones in charge, the man. They're always out to get little folk like us.
Oh,
just
trying to
make a living, and they're out to, just to screw, mess on us. Not screw with us, because screwing's good with the drivers. But,
oh yeah, you got to screw, you got to screw things.
Yeah, but luckily they're not. I'm pretty careful. I watch my screwdrivers are really good. My spanners, so
Well, I see there's loads of them, so you must have been collecting for a really long time. That's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty long time actually. Yeah, and the man's not got any of them yet.
No, do you think he'd come and steal them from you?
Yeah, probably, because it's the best spanner collection in all of the Empire.
Well, that'd make him a baddie, so you've got to beat the baddies.
Apparently,
so you don't let him get your spanners.
Yeah, apparently, in the Menagerie Coast, they call them wrenches.
Wrenches?
Yeah, wrenches. I don't like that name. I like a spanner name.
Yeah, spanner's better, way better.
The spanner's good because you can, gives you grip, and you apply. You can turn objects, and like rotary fasteners, like nuts and bolts, and that. You keep them
nuts
from turning.
And bolts. Oh, those things that are made up in iceberg, nuts and bolts.
What?
You know, you've seen my horse?
Oh yeah, he was pretty
Yeah.
good. Yeah, he had some in there. I reckon you could tighten him up real good.
Yeah, probably with the nuts and bolts and the spanners.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You know, maybe you could, go fix him up for me even better with your spanners.
Yeah, I could do that, I suppose, if you want me to.
Well, yeah, that'd be good. Definitely do with some upgrades.
I could do that for you. Though. I'm pretty good at that.
Well, I bet you are. It's so many spanners. You must be really good at using spanners. Like, I'm really good at my daggers. I'm really good at throwing them at the target, but also, killing the targets too.
Oh, that's really good. I never used a dagger before, but maybe you could show me how to throw them, and they're pretty close to spanners, but they're not.
Oh, they are pretty close.
They're not as good, but they're still pretty good.
Well, I think the daggers are better because they got really sharp, pointy ends.
But
and you could do more stuff with them.
no,
but
you can do
the
loads of
spanners are pretty
spanners.
good.
You can fix stuff with spanners.
You can fix stuff with spanners, but you can't kill stuff with spanners.
Who taught you to do the daggers good?
That would be my friend in Hannah looks at the notes in the Hannah bush.
Well, whilst you do that, I think at this point, this is really the conversational portion of the fascinating conversation. Here, this is called the breaking the ice section of the day. So here you will while away the hours deep in meaningful conversation about life, the universe, and everything, apparently. So, apart from in this section of the thing, it's good conversation is a skill that relies on both participants. So, to see how well your tender talk goes, you can select one of your mental stats. You can select wisdom, intelligence, or charisma to converse with. These represent either a deep conversation, an intelligent conversation, or a fun conversation, respectively. And then you add together both the PCs and NPCs modifiers for this ability. You roll 1d20, and then the sum of the results gives you your breaking the ice check. So, which one do you want to choose?
I want to see intelligent conversation.
Probably be. What are the options? So you got fun conversation.
Wisdom, intelligence, or charisma. Wisdom represents a deep conversation, intelligence represents an intelligent conversation, and charisma represents a fun conversation. But you can choose which one you want to do.
Blossom would probably have a fun conversation, but I don't know about him.
Yeah, I think the same. He has a +0 to his charisma modifier. So what's your charisma modifier?
+3.
Okay, so you're going to roll a d20 +3. Okay, a 13. So, an 11 to a 15. Unfortunately, it's no change. You get one questions gained. The talk was a little dull, but pleasant enough. And you get one question gained as well. The question gained is used in the following information exchange section. So the information exchange is, at this point in the day, you get to know one another a little better and can spend the questions you gained in the breaking the ice portion of the date. These questions can be used to learn more about the likes and dislikes of your partner. Commonly, this might include a gift or activity preferences to help improve your performance in future dates, but you can ask anything you would like. The DM should answer honestly, as long as the NPC has no reason to be deceptive. An example of information exchange might be asking if your date likes the theatre or has a favourite type of food. Alternatively, you might just ask if they'd rather fight one dragon-sized goblin or 100 goblin-sized dragons. Now, since you've already kind of been role-playing out questions and stuff, what I'm going to do instead with this section is I'm just going to directly tell you one thing about Ponkis. So, Let's have a quick look.
Ooh.
So I'll tell you one of his likes and one of his dislikes. So his likes, one of his likes, he enjoys reading about the Siege Ball League and wishes he could go there. He supports a team called the Aegis Strikers, as you have probably gathered from the poster on his wall.
Yeah.
His dislike,
The one that Gertrude likes?
she likes the Fennel Fighters.
Right.
The Aegis Strikers are basically like the, I don't know what would be the equivalent for your knowledge on it. They're basically like the most popular team, let's put it that way.
Okay.
And one of his dislikes is that he hates anything posh. He has no time for nobles, and he believes that they are out to get the working class man. So,
Okay.
Right, so with that, as he's showing you around his spanners and you've eaten together, it's time for the finale of the day. So it's finally time to roll the d8s of fate and find out how the date went and whether your relationship has improved. The idea is simple. Roll all the d8s of fate you've acquired. Those from the plus d8 pool add to your overall score, while those from the minus d8 pool subtract from it. And then you'll see what you get on the table to see if it's changed at all.
Okay.
So I will start by rolling both of Podkiss's. He's got plus 2d8 and minus 1d8. So we'll do the plus ones first for him. So first up, a 2, good start. And then he got a 3. And then minus, he got a 5. So literally nothing. He contributed nothing to this date. Okay, so now it's your go, Blossom. So if you want to roll your plus ones and then roll your minus ones for me.
Oh, how many do I even have? I don't know how this works. I've just added the plus one.
You should have been
plus
keeping track of it,
one.
otherwise it's kind of made it pointless if you weren't keeping track of it.
I wasn't keeping track of it, no one.
So
I don't think you earned any, right? You just had the plus 1 and minus 1.
yeah, you had the plus 1 and minus 1 at the beginning, and you had no change from the breaking the ice, and you had, I believe you had minus 2 from the what's the date section. Because you got 3. So in total you should have plus 1, plus 1d8 and minus 3d8.
In total, yeah. And what about the charisma roll? Did that do anything?
That was the contribute to the no change. So you,
Alright,
you didn't get either.
Okay. So 1d8.
So this is the plus. A 4.
Minus one of the minuses.
You've got 3 minuses. Okay, you got rid of the 4 already. Minus 8. Minus 15. So, let me check how it went.
Incredible.
Right, so it went downhill.
Yes. So as the conversation is going on and you're you're talking about the spanners and like he's like watching you more suspiciously throughout the course of the day, and he's looking at you and he's eyeing his spanners more carefully, and he's like talking, and you're talking about the daggers and you're getting all excited. He's like, yeah, well, you know, daggers are actually pretty rubbish compared to spanners. So, you know, I don't want someone who says my spanners are not perfect. So you're probably working for the man and out to get me. So, sorry, I think you should leave.
She just looks at him like, oh, okay, boy, I guess.
Yeah, boy.
Dude, you and your Spanish, you know, daggers are way better.
Yeah, well, no, they're not. Yeah, I think you should go now.
Well, you're all poopy poops, and you lame if you don't like daggers.
Yeah, well, yeah, spanners are the best, so daggers are rubbish.
You know, I'm gonna go tell Lucy that you're mean and you're a dagger hater.
Yeah, well, Lucy don't like daggers either, so...
Well, she does, so I asked her.
No, she
So I get
doesn't.
Firion to ask her, and he can speak to animals, and she can tell me the proper reason.
Yeah, well, yeah, go now, I don't like you.
I don't like you. You're mean.
Yeah, well, bye then.
Well, you don't like daggers, so she walks over to one of the spanners and just looks at him, and with one hand knocks it on the floor.
No. Just
That's what I
runs.
think of you and your daggers.
Girl, you're rubbish. He's just
You're
like-
rubbish.
Yeah, he just kind of chases you out. So your relationship went from neutral to you're now at hate. He can't stand you and doesn't have a nice word to say about you.
How rude.
Amazing. He works for us.
Not for long.
What a meanie, Paz. He doesn't like daggers. He lied to me the whole time.
Right, so with that is the end of Blossom's date, which went fabulously. Right,
Amazing.
so, we'll move you
Was
back.
that a particularly bad date?
It's not the worst it could have gone. The worst it could have gone would have been that it would have gone to him being her nemesis.
Oh shit. Fuck.
Alright, so
Like it.
So now we cut ahead slightly to the morning after you arrived back in Sparkiller Base with Lugoom. You've had an evening to rest, so you can all take a long rest.
Woo!
And
What are you doing in my bedroom? You get out, you meaner.
yeah, he's just gonna. He's actually not here now. So now you're basically preparing to, for now, say goodbye to Sparkiller Base. You're going to go out on the road and you're going to head north all the way to Rexentrum, which is a long journey. I'll bring you out onto the map just quickly, just so you can see how far it is, because it is pretty fucking far. So once this loads for me. So you can see that from Huppaduke, you have to head through the Crispale Thicket to here, all the way up the Glory Run Road, through here, and eventually arriving here. So it's about,
Wow.
it's almost 400 miles.
It's like going to
Yes.
Wales.
Yeah, it's a long way. And just for reference,
That's a long way without a car.
very long way.
How are we getting there? Are we
God.
just walking there?
Brighton to
Jesus.
Lancaster's only 300 miles. It's like going to fucking Glasgow.
Yeah, it's a long old way. So the question,
Walking.
Yeah.
what's the question? Are you? You can travel 24 miles a day at a normal pace, I believe. Let me just double check.
Blossom can bring iceberg.
I assume you probably would.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can travel 24 miles at a normal pace or 30 miles per day at a fast pace, although you do get -5 penalty to your passive perception scores. Mounts and vehicles. How mounts work is that they can ride at a gallop for about an hour, covering twice the usual distance for a fast pace. And if fresh mounts are available every 8 to 10 miles, the characters, you can obviously cover much larger distances pace. But otherwise, your mounts don't actually make you go any faster. You can only travel 24 miles a day, even on a mount at normal pace, because it represents them getting tired. And yes, Iceberg does get tired because
Yeah, it runs out of batteries.
exactly. So, move you back to the Sparkler base map. So, is there anything?
Travel spells are prepared.
Is there anything you guys want to do or want to say to any of the NPCs or anything like that before you go?
Yeah.
Is there anyone? Who are you bringing with you, or what are you bringing with you? Is there anything you're
Blossom?
leaving here? I was also going to add on D&D Beyond now, because they've got the different inventory sections. Feel free to all have backpacks to your inventory. You don't have to all manage this now, but you can, over the course between the next sessions or whatever, you can manage what you've got in your equipment, your equipment will be what you've got at Sparkiller Base, and your backpack will be what you are directly carrying on you.
Okay.
Is there an easy way to transfer them over?
I don't know.
If you click on it and it opens up on the right, there's a little button that says move, and you can put move to backpack.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Why do I have 4 backpacks?
She's obviously got a lot of stuff to carry around with her.
Goodbye, all my daggers. I will see you when I get back. Don't go missing. Oh, barista, you tell me if that, builder man goes in my room and steals my daggers, because I'll know.
Of course, Miss Fugwacker. I will tell you that, and if any of these buildermen go into your room, you see, just like in my book, How to Make Money in Your Spare Time. You see, you got to make sure that nobody's stealing your stuff, because if people are stealing your stuff, then you're not going to be able to make money in your spare time, really, aren't you?
Exactly, and yesterday he said he didn't even like daggers, but you know what? I don't believe him. I bet he just said he didn't like daggers so that I wouldn't suspect him when he takes all my daggers, He could turn them into spanners, and that would be so mean.
Well, some people are funny like that, Miss Fugwacker. I have to say that, you got to make sure that you're keeping an eye on your own things. You see, like, in my line of work, you got to make sure that you got to keep sure you're keeping your business to yourself, and just like in my book, How to Make Money in Your Spare Time, that you got to make sure that your business is what's going to bring you success. So you got to focus on that, really.
Well, exactly. You got to make sure you write in that book not to let buildermen go in your room and steal your daggers and turn them into spanners. You write that in the book. You make sure. It's very important.
Well, I'll consider putting a chapter in for you, Miss Fugwacker. It's been a while since I've done Batista's voice, so I can't remember exactly how it is.
Great so far. But yeah, you make sure you tell me. You send me lots of messages. I'm relying on you, barista.
Well, I'll do my best, Miss Fugwacker, and I promise you that in the meantime, I'll be perfecting that strawberry Bucks Figs recipe. And by the time you get back, then it'll be the most delicious strawberry Bucks Fizz recipe that you'll find across the whole of the Rindalian Empire.
Well, I'm really looking for. You know what? I came up with an even better idea than strawberry one. Do you want to know?
Oh yeah, go on, tell me.
Go on. It's a secret though. You can't tell anyone you're making it. This flavour.
Kind of nods.
Okay. It's custard.
A custard flavour. Now that's a special kind of flavour, Miss Fugwacker. I have to say that this is the kind of man that I really appreciate, because you've got a mind where you think outside the box, you see. And I think just like I say, How to Make Money in Your Spare Time, my book, sometimes you've got to think outside the box to really get new creative ideas. So I think a custard Bucks Fizz could be a top seller before we know it. And we could have this place, filled out with customers. Next time you come home and you have a big party here and a big homecoming party, then, I'll make sure that there is custard Bucks Fizz on every table.
Well, especially that builder's table. He will really like it. I bet he was lying about that too. Oh, do you think that it's a really clever idea, though, barista? Maybe I should go tell Gertrude, because she likes clever things.
Well, I think that, Miss Von Tillage, she's got a real head and her shoulders, that one, because, she got all them books, and she's got, quite a knack for knowledge, and, I've got a pretty good eye myself for picking out the types, who really have got a way with, information. So I think if you tell Miss Von Tillage, then I'm sure that she'll agree that the custard Bucks Fizz idea is an idea that's outside the box. And, just like in my book, How to Make Money in Your Spare Time, sometimes you got to think outside the box to really, make your own business go far.
Oh, it's really good. I'll go tell her then, barista. If you think that's a good idea, I'll go tell her.
Oh, it's a brilliant idea, Miss Fugwacker.
I think before Blossom got there, she'd be saying to Firion, I don't think we should take Lugoon with us. He's not very inconspicuous.
And you think the giant metal horse is...
Well, it's accepted in the Empire, whereas I don't think they'll have very positive thoughts about Lugum if they see him wandering around.
That's true. He could be assaulted or arrested.
It would just bring unwanted attention to us as well. But then I don't particularly want him guarding the house. Who knows what he could do here?
I'm particularly concerned for the sharks.
Concern for the sharks or concern for their stomachs?
Both.
Hmm.
Well, you can tell him. We could always send him back down.
You'd look over at him. He seems to have made himself comfortable, though.
He's kind of sitting on the edge of this thing, just kind of like wagging his legs back and forth.
We could give him a quest to collect something from his previous home.
We could do that. Yeah. If we was it Belibda poop he worships?
I do not wish to say the words.
Well, we could say that we've been told that she's told us for him to do something. I don't know if that's morally right, but
If it weren't, would that stop you?
she looks at her room, thinks about all the locks. We've already got Batista going through my stuff. I don't need Lugum doing it too.
Sounds like it wouldn't bother you.
Well, it's not hurting him, I guess.
Perhaps we could say he needs to collect the sacred water. A certain number of buckets could keep him occupied.
But where would he put the water? He'd probably splash it on my bed.
We could. That's a good point.
We could tell him it's to make Bucks Fizz and give it to barista.
That way they're both occupied. Clever.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
There we are.
So I imagine
That's
at this
it.
point,
Yeah.
Blossom probably comes over.
Gertrude, I got a really good idea. Do you want to hear it?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Blossom.
I just asked Barista to make a custard box fizz. What do you think about that?
It sounds good, Blossom. You could put rhubarb in it as well. Rhubarb and custard's a pretty classic combination. Or he could do both. You could tell him to do both.
You could do both, and then you could combine them in the actual cup of the drink with, and then you could put rhubarb in it, and then you could put some custard on the top. Maybe that'd be delicious. I don't know.
We were thinking of letting Lugum and Barista work on a project making a Bucks Fizz out of that lake water.
Oh, I thought Lugan was coming with us.
He might get arrested though, Blossom.
Oh no, he won't. Have you seen my amazing ability to disguise stuff?
But if he made it out of that dark lake water, it could be Bucks Fizz dark. It could be like a whole new thing.
It could be. That is true. But it also could just be really fishy.
Or maybe the Kuatel would like it.
Or maybe they would, although they like the normal one.
True, but then Barista would have a whole, trapped market down there.
He would have a big market. Then he could put it in his book, Well, maybe we should just go ask Logan whether he wants to, do a little Box Fizz quest or whether he wants to come. I think he should come still. I think he would like my disguises.
But what about Snooper?
Snooper comes as well. Hey Snooper, are you going to come as well?
I would like to join you, Miss Blossom, if you will have me.
Yeah. Always.
Our mission to stop this group led by the person who labels themselves as the Savior. I believe...
What are you talking? Baddies.
Yes, the baddies. I believe our quest to stop these baddies is not quite yet finished, and therefore my purpose for being is not fulfilled.
We're going to... She looks at Gertrude. Somewhere else. Do you think they would have gone that far?
There have been reported attacks in Zadash and Rexentrum.
Oh, okay. There's baddies everywhere. Hmm.
Well, maybe we should gauge how Lugum's reaction and then... Well, I think it's a good idea for the Bucks Fizz quest. I mean, it'll keep Barista very busy.
Well, Barista's going to be busy making my custard buffets and the strawberry one as well. But we could definitely go and ask. Hey, Lugo!
Heroes of Blibdorlpoop!
No.
Lugum, wait patient.
You are very patient, Lugo.
Blibdorlpoop sent guidance. Blibdorlpoop say, Heroes of Blibdorlpoop, Lugum help.
Yeah? Does that mean you want to come with us? Or do you want to make some more Bucks Fizz?
Well, we had some guidance of our own, Lugum. We thought we could try and make a beverage for your people using the Dark Lake's water to make Bucks Fizz.
Blibdorlpoop say this?
You did not so many words, yes.
Roll a deception check
Okay.
for me, please, Gertrude.
You can towards a Blibdorlpoop, Gertrude? When did that happen?
5. Let me quickly roll.
Well, I was having a bath and then I thought I heard someone talking. Yeah, I don't know what it could have been.
Whoa. Now I want to take a bath.
Blibdorlpoop no say such thing. Blibdorlpoop want Lugum to follow Heroes of Blibdorlpoop. Help them in Grand Quest.
Well, you could help our own resident hero, Barista, with his business.
Blibdorlpoop no like business.
But the Bucks Fizz made from a dark lake water could be a blessing on your people from Blibderpoop if he did it well enough.
Roll a persuasion check for me now. Just quickly roll.
Don't look at me, my charisma's -2.
Blossom's
Insight check.
+3.
Damn it.
Oh.
Blibdorlpoop want Lugum follow Heroes of Blibdorlpoop. That's where Lugum go.
Okay.
There's,
So we got a
Okay.
whole party.
there's just a probability that you might get captured outside Lugum. People don't like people who they don't look like, I suppose.
That is true, Lugo, you know. They might bully you.
No, Blibdorlpoop grant protection. Lugum trusted sidekick to Heroes of Blibdorlpoop. Blibdorlpoop save and Heroes of Blibdorlpoop save Lugum from Badgerpoods.
Oh, yeah. I think we can, to be fair. You know, bad Rapoods are bad and they're baddies, you know.
Badgerpoods.
Well, if he's going to come Blossom, you're going to have to make him some sort of disguise.
Okay. I don't.
It will
Just trying
need
to
to be
think of-
your best disguise ever, Blossom.
We-
It's this disguise ever.
Do you have any perfume as well?
Perfume? Don't think I've ever owned a perfume.
Hmm.
I'm just trying to think of what would fit on your head, Slugo.
Can Firion think if there's any kind of disease that would make people smell super fishy?
Do a medicine check for me.
But
Well, I actually know one.
nice. 12.
You're not massively sure of anything in particular that smells fishy, unfortunately.
Okay.
You could think of a few diseases that might make your skin a bit more scaly, but definitely not a fishy smell.
Oh man, 40 genes. That sucks so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Firion would just kind of say out loud, perhaps we could pass. And he looks at Lugu. And he starts forming the words in his mouth. He's like, our friend off as a diseased individual.
We could pretend he's got leprosy.
That way he could be swaddled up in cloths.
Do you want to be swaddled in cloths, Slugo?
Yes.
I like.
No, it wasn't just you. I think
Hello?
the Lugoon voice killed the microphone
Oh, sorry.
sensitivity.
He said yes.
Oh, well. You got lots of blankets.
Yes.
I'm just trying to think of another disguise.
Luger follow. Heroes of Blibdorpoop. Do what heroes of Blibdorpoop think best.
We didn't buy any hats in the end, did we?
I think you've got a disguise kit, do you not, Blossom?
I've got a disguise kit.
Disguise kit has everything you require in it to disguise somebody. It has stuff like makeup and other kind of stuff, like cosmetics, hair dye, small props.
Gertrude goes back into her room. She gets out that wearable barrel, and she's like, "It might change your figure if we put clothes over it."
Well, that would make it really hard to fight, though. I tried to fight it before, and it was really hard. But I've got disguise kit. We can go into my little bathroom, and we can put all the stuff on, and we can make it a really good slogan.
Okay.
Come on in.
Yeah, so he follows you round to the bathroom. Are you proficient with your disguise kit?
It's in my tools bit, so I assume so.
Yeah, on the side, that's your proficiency bit. So if you want to roll a d20 and add your proficiency modifier for me. Let's see how well you do.
I'm not an expert in it, but I'm proficient, so 20. Is it plus dex as well?
It's just plus your proficiency. Yeah, thieves tools are, but disguise kit is not.
Okay. So
At least from what I'm reading on the rules. So.
I'm confused. So if you're proficient in it, you get the proficiency, and that's it. Okay.
I mean,
Just based on wisdom, right?
possibly. I'm just looking up.
It's based on something.
Disguise kit ability check. Let's have a look.
Might be intelligence.
I don't think either of those are going to help Hannah out. I think she'd probably rather
It
just.
is intelligence.
Hey, -1.
There you
But
go.
you plus
good.
your
So it's plus. Yeah, you get +1 then. Alright, let's go. Let's do it. Okay.
Okay. You actually like using Gertrude's idea with the wearable barrel. You decide that you get some of your clothes together, some of your you kind of stitch some of the clothes together, and you create this like kind of like dress that hangs around the barrel, and then you kind of like put some lipstick on him, and like you
God.
manage to like get some of your like different like bits together and kind of construct this makeshift wig made out of like hay and cloth and it's like sitting on his head, and he kind of he doesn't look a million miles away from like your great aunt or something.
Oh, he looks perfect, Slugo. You look like my auntie.
Yes, Blibderpoop. Perfect Blibderpoop outfit.
Exactly. Now you gotta remember, we gotta put it on every day exactly the same.
Plurperplin be so proud of Luger right now.
Oh, I'm proud of you too. You look cute.
Yes.
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 Oh, yes.
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 And after a while of you just saying yes back and forth to each other, you eventually reunite in the with the rest of the gang. You see Blossom brings out Lugun down the stairs with a bit of a ta-da moment, with imagine some of her dancing lights and other theatrics, and you see Lugun come down wearing this wearable barrel. Does that actually give him any plus to his AC? Can't remember.
I think so. It was just an outfit we bought, wasn't it, from the little market?
Yeah, I haven't put anything down.
Let's have a look. It's in the merchants bit.
We can get him some armor though. It's a good idea.
What would it have been? I think it was in
I've got some
medium
spare...
and heavy armor. I think it was under barrel wearable. Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
At least it doesn't do anything negative.
Yeah.
I've got spare leather armor if he can wear that. If we
No, he's fine.
that'd
He doesn't need any.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, you see him in this new outfit, looking a bit like a great auntie or something.
See, guys? He's perfect.
Luger ready to do Blibderpoop bidding. Kill all enemies of Blibderpoop.
And baddies in general.
Yes.
I figured that bit.
Yes.
Actually.
Well, the only thing we definitely need, I need to get some rations for the journey.
I need some sparklers. I need some... I need to decide which daggers to bring. That's going to be sad.
So I will say, like during this time, you can access Huppadook and access any like stores and stuff like that if you want to. So there's let me just have a quick look.
No, Bottom hasn't got money. So.
Yeah.
You ever make that leather armor for Firion?
Which
How long that takes?
I don't think I put it in because we've talked through all the downtime stuff that Firion's done, so I don't think I fit it in yet. But I do still have the leather. But yeah.
How do you know when your bag's full?
it would just be
You don't.
you don't, yeah.
Great.
Yeah, it's just I like it, but it's a simple thing. Did we say Firion got the thing from the Badoobity Bop, the druid shop, the thing that he needs for the spell, summon beast? The golden acorn.
The golden acorn.
I remember you mentioning it.
Do you remember you mentioning it? And she would not sell it, unfortunately.
Shit. Would she sell an acorn?
I think she would probably have an acorn, yeah.
Okay. You would like an acorn, and then go find some metal worker to pour gold around it.
Okay.
This whole time, he would 100% be trying to get Gertrude to come and help him with it. He's not going to a metal worker by himself.
Yeah, Gertrude would come because she needs to get some rations as well.
Yeah.
Okie doke. In that case, then, I'll say, just to figure how much this costs, with Gertrude's help, or if Gertrude wants to do it herself, do a investigation check for me to see how.
It needs to be worth 200 GP.
Okay.
Just so you. Investigation. Boop. 20. Dirty 20.
Okay. In that case, then, yeah, you find a builder in the Omni Smelter, which is it's like a series of angled hallways and network of foundries, like a compound, a sprawling compound of smelteries and stuff like that.
Awesome.
And one of the people in charge, one of the sort of people working there, he says, yeah, he'd agree to do it for sort of 50 gold pieces to on top of the 200 required to smelt onto the thing itself. So he wants to. So it costs you 250 gold pieces in total, 200 of which he's smelting down to encrust this acorn in, and the rest is just on the top for him.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Can that come out of Firian's stuff?
Yeah, I'll take it out.
Thank you very much. That's Firian sorted.
Nice. Is there anything else anyone wants to do?
Rations.
Rations. Let me just quickly. Let me get the old player's handbook up. Sources, player's handbook. Here's the old items list.
Would Blossom have spoken about her date at all to Firian or Gertrude?
What she's about to.
Oh, yeah.
Just have a quick look. Venturing gear. The oldie rations. How many rations would Gertrude want to buy?
How many? How long do you think it would take to get to a settlement?
The nearest settlement. Do a quick history check, actually.
Her dad was a trader, so
Do it with advantage then. Okay. Based off of that, then, the closest place you're aware of is Nogferot, which itself is still pretty far. It is. Let's have a quick look. It's at about 230 miles, which is about 10 days away.
And we're having 2 rations, right? Today?
One ration
One.
per day.
Should probably get 12 rations then.
Yep. So that would be 6 gold pieces. Anything else anyone want to buy? There would definitely be shops that sell all the basic adventuring gear, which you can find, I think. Let's have a look. I think it's under. Yeah, if you go into supplemental material, it should be a list of adventurers gear in there. There would definitely be. Apart from that, there wouldn't be really any direct weapons merchants in Huppadook. It's not really that kind of place so much. You probably could buy some maybe at an extra cost though. The Ironside Barracks, they would probably cost you extra though. So if you want extra weapons, then you could probably buy some from there. But I will say it will cost you probably double the price. So if you look on the weapons list, then you definitely could buy any of them, but at double the price because you're buying directly from the army.
Oh my god, a magnifying glass.
Go on, Firian. Sorry, I know I interrupted you.
No, not at all. Is there anywhere Firian could buy a herbalism kit?
100% at the old at the herbalist shop. You could definitely buy a herbalism kit. which would
How much is
cost you.
Get ready, Gertrude.
Oh, she bought that magnifying glass.
5
didn't
gold pieces. For her
May I
beauty
have
kit.
5 gold pieces, Gertrude?
you? Yeah.
Sweet. And a heal. Herbalist. Sweet.
I would say in terms of armor they would have, it would literally be shields. They would have chainmail. They'd have chain shirts, and they would have studded leather, and that'd be it.
Yeah, that's fair.
And it would be a double the
Everett
price
was
because you're
studded.
buying it from the army.
Yeah.
Because they need the supplies. Because they're at war. These
Yeah.
things.
Having a war. I think Varian's good. He's got a bedroll. He's got his stuff. Oh,
Is there a tent?
oh yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think Varian could carry a tent, but yeah,
Yeah.
he's smart.
Gertrude bought a 2-person tent.
Which would be 2 gold pieces.
She is not expecting Lugoon to sleep in it.
Probably sleep where you told him to.
Well, it rains, no problem.
Anything for you,
Blessing
Hannah?
from Libdor Poop.
No, she got no money.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But she does want to talk about her date before we go.
The only other thing I'd say is, oh wait, no, it says it here. This kit contains and pouches and vials. Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, yep.
Okay, Blossom.
He's probably going to try and make potions of healing on the way.
Nice.
Yeah.
Blossom, go ahead.
So in the morning, she remembers after we're talking about Lugoon's disguise, as all the builders start coming in, she's reminded.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, guys, I went out yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember? Yeah, do you remember I went out yesterday?
It would have been a couple of days ago, by the way, Blossom, just so you know.
It would have been a couple of days ago, actually. You remember that time?
My memory does extend to a couple of days past, yeah.
What about you, Gertrude? Do you remember when I went out a couple of days ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I went to this guy's house to see his spanner collection. You know, one of the builders from here, he said he had a really good spanner collection, and I said that we could share collection, like seeing each other's collection. So I went to go see his dagger collection. No, my dagger collection.
He's not
He went
dead,
to
is
go-
he, Blossom?
No, I didn't kill him, but he was very mean to me. He said, he was lying to me the whole time, saying he really liked daggers, and then right at the end, he was really mean and said he didn't like daggers. And his spanner collection was quite good, to be honest, but still, he doesn't like daggers, so.
Oh, Blossom, some people just aren't compatible, and these builders will be gone relatively soon by the time we get back, I assume.
What was that, sorry?
Builders will be gone by the time we're back, right?
100%, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Builders will be gone when we're back, so.
Well, that's good, at least. But still, it's quite sad, So I would have liked to see more of the spanner collection. Because he said he didn't like daggers, I can't really, Then he kicked me out. I had to walk around the building, It was quite sad. He also had a dog. Firion, he had a dog. Her name was Lucy. And I said that you would tell Lucy for me. Because you can talk to animals. So I said that Firion would tell Lucy that his spanners are poop and daggers are really good. And she would agree. So you do that for me, Firion? You could tell him that Lucy said the spanners were poop? We go right now.
In so many words, I suppose I could.
Yeah, we'll do it on the way.
Okay, Blossom.
He's gonna think he's so silly now. When his doggy says that daggers are better.
Is the animal happy and healthy?
She looked pretty cute to me. I gave her a little head scratching on the head, and I gave her a dumpling.
You fed the dog a dumpling.
Yeah, she likes dumpling. Apparently, she has like 5 a day, so he had to cut it down to 4 a day because she was getting a bit chunky, you know how it is. So I did her through one of the dumplings, so she had to, do a little waddle to go get it.
I see. I will speak with this creature.
She's pretty cute, though. Can put her little head on my knee.
Perhaps she was beseeching you to free her from her prison.
Maybe. I think she just wanted the dumpling.
Have you packed away all your stuff, Blossom?
I better go do that. I'll be really quick, though. Really speedy.
She'd
And then we go.
She'd give her one of the locks that she's got and be like,
Just in case.
Oh, yeah. Definitely a good idea to put it on my bag, just in case he gets all jealous, you know. Yeah, she's going to go to her room, start packing up some stuff.
Okey-doke. As you're packing up stuff and getting prepared to leave, Rick comes and approaches you, Gertrude. And he says,
oh yeah.
Miss Von Tillage, may I speak with you for a moment?
Of course, Rick.
I have something for you. And he reaches onto his sort of breast pocket and he pulls out a letter. And he says, this arrived for you this morning.
Okay. It's just a letter.
Yep. And he sort of does, he does like a little bow to you and says,
She'd before he left, she'd be like,
Can you keep an eye on Barista and Poppy while we're gone?
of course, that is my job after all. I will make sure that, as your house Carl, that your house is kept in the finest condition, and I will make sure that both of them do not cause any trouble in your absence.
If you see Barista heading in the direction of my room, well, I have locked all my valuables up, but can you try and,
I will
divert him away?
Yes, I will.
Divert him.
I will keep a close eye on him for you. It is not a problem, Miss Von Tillage.
Okay.
we're gonna be gone quite a while, right?
Like a month at least.
Yeah, we'll probably be back in a month, but if we're not, well, I guess we found something. But if we're gone any longer than like 3 months, probably,
I will aim to send letters frequently with updates for you. Do you know where you are planning to stay?
We're planning to go to Novgorod first, so maybe
It'll take what 2.5 weeks to get there.
About 10 days to get to Novgorod.
Is there a postal system?
Yes, there is. There's couriers that run. They would swap horses along the way, so it's a lot quicker to get letters places. It's not. I mean, just as a lot quicker, it would probably cut down the daytime by like a couple of days sometimes.
If we're going to be in 10 days, then he probably has to send a message in like 4 days.
Probably, yeah.
Because we still want to be there.
Mm-hmm.
She'd be like,
well, it takes 10 days to get there, and I'm not sure how many days we're going to spend in Novgorod, maybe 2 or 3.
She sort of looks around, unsure.
So maybe try and send it for when we get there.
Of course.
No, wait, that doesn't work.
I can send it ahead of time if there is any issues within the next 4 days or so. Are you staying anywhere in particular You said you were planning to go to Rexentrum.
Yes.
Perhaps it would be more appropriate if I send letters to that location, and then when you arrive there you will receive any correspondence.
Her sister's staying in Rexentrum, right?
Yes, she would know that she said to you to meet at a place called the Roaring Donkey Inn in the, I think it's the Clatters. Let me have a quick double check. In the Tangle, sorry, not the Clatters.
Yeah, she would She tell her that her sister's staying there, so maybe send a message to her, but just under Miss Von Tillage.
Yeah, that's fine.
So it gets to her sister.
Rick to send letter. I mean, you can. What you can do in this world is like send letters to places and say to be held. Like at an inn, they would take mail for people, 100%.
Yeah, I was thinking of the American Civil War. They did that.
Yeah.
So I didn't know how a post system worked in this world.
Yeah, they would 100%. Like all innkeepers, a common thing in this world is to send letters to innkeepers and hold them for people when they arrive.
Yeah.
Send letter to Roy Donkey.
And then she'd tell them to send a letter in her name when they're going to Novgorod to the rock and rolls.
Okay. Send letter to rock
The only place she knows. Hopefully they don't just put it in the bin.
Hopefully not. And you would know they're not an inn, so they may put it in the bin.
She might put something on. She's like, put something on the envelope saying a big fan's coming, and I don't know. Maybe not actually. That might not be a good idea.
Do a quick history check for me, Gertrude.
I'm your biggest fan in the bin.
You do actually know of an inn in. This is where the Scatters is from. I knew it wasn't making that up. A place called the Scatters in Novgorod, which is the Scatters are basically the kind of like sort of northwest part of the city, where it's kind of like a lot of housing estates and a lot of where the people live. There's also a lot of inns and taverns and dive bars there. There's one tavern called the Last Stand Tavern there, so you could have it sent there if you wanted to.
Yeah, she'll say that then.
Okie doke.
Because, she knows to pick it up from there.
Yeah. Just quickly write that down. Very well, Miss Von Tillage. I will send any letters to Novgorod, if anything does occur, to the Last Stand Tavern.
Thank you.
Good day, Miss Von Tillage. It has been an honour and a pleasure working for you so far.
I hope that your employment remains, because I hope I don't die.
I wish the same, Miss Von Tillage. Good day. And he kind of excuses himself. Crap. There we go.
Let me continue.
Yeah. Right, so if you've got nothing else left to do,
One more thing, little tiny thing.
Yeah, go on.
Bobby, I'd like one last strength noodle, please.
Of course, Miss Thugwacker. I can prepare it for you right away.
Just one before I go. It's gonna be so sad. I'm gonna have to eat poopy rations.
Well, I'm sure, she says, I prepared you a little something for the journey.
And she brings out a baked apple pie.
Whoa.
She says, this will, I've infused this with a number of special ingredients to make sure it will last the entire journey.
Whoa.
So,
That'd be pretty good.
Blossom, you can add to your inventory Poppy's apple pie, which you can have 8 slices of it, and each slice gives you 4 temporary HP.
Shit.
Just add it as a custom item because I haven't made it yet.
Yeah.
I'll make it in between sessions.
It's gonna be annoying. Can you not add custom items to your backpack?
Don't think so. From what I couldn't switch it over when I tried.
Oh.
You just put it in your equipment for now, and then you know it's in there. It's fine. But I'll make it in
Well,
between
it's
sessions
fine.
anyway, so it's fine. And I do hope you
Poppy's
return home safely soon, Miss Thugwacker. Sorry, Blossom. I know you asked me to call you that.
Yeah, everyone should call me that. It's a better name anyway, you
It's
know.
a lovely
Although I
name.
do whack frogs, you know.
Did
pretty
you
good.
notice how both our names are rather flower-related? I am
Oh, I
Poppy
did.
and you are Blossom.
I did know that. My mum would be very happy with that, actually.
Yes,
You know,
it's-
she really likes flowers.
It's a very beautiful name.
It's really nice. I think if she had another girl, she would have definitely called them Poppy as well. So you could have had a sister's name, you know.
Well, I'm quite honoured. And I hope you enjoy the apple pie, and I will
I
get
think
on
I
the
will.
Dramp noodle right away for you.
Thanks, Poppy. See, I got you a good apple pie.
Oh, that's nice. I wonder where mine is. And she sort of smiles.
I don't know. Maybe you should ask her. Maybe she made you a special pie. Maybe you got like I don't know, like rhubarb pie.
Oh, I'm saving my appetite for rock and rolls, Blossom. I can't wait.
Oh, it's gonna be that good.
Well, I did want to try one of those sausage rolls from the machine, but they were so expensive.
Oh, they look kind of yucky though. You just put the whole pig in.
Well, no one said that progress was always a good thing, Blossom, and I think it proves it, but it did look
Yeah,
tasty.
but then you'd have the whole. If you put the whole pig in there, then wouldn't you have like the bones in there? You have like the skin in there. You know, the skin's actually not too bad, but you know, you don't want the poofs in there. You know, I've tried to. It's pretty gross.
Did you see all the fumes and barrels of waste that were coming out of it? I assume they went in there.
Oh, I saw the barrels. I didn't even know what they were though.
I just couldn't believe there was that much waste from such little ingredients.
Oh, I guess so. I was just more worried about the being poofs in the sausage. You know, that's bad.
Well, jelly's made out of hooves, Blossom.
Jelly's made out of hooves.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, mind blown. I didn't know that.
And there's glue's also made out of hooves.
Oh, that explains why jelly's so cheap then. You know, I had jelly all the time.
Well, so hooves aren't as bad as you think.
No, apparently not. Okay. Poppy, I'd also like some hoof jelly.
On its way, Miss Blossom.
Thanks.
So,
Where's Phil? Maybe he would like to try some hoof jelly.
Virion is ushering his animals outside.
yeah, they would go outside. Huh?
Is Firion vegetarian?
No.
Okay.
You would notice, Varian, that the crows have not returned.
Ooh.
Out
But he
you go,
wouldn't-
dear.
He wouldn't agree with farming, though, right?
No, he wouldn't.
Yeah, okay.
Right, so unless there's anything else, there's just the letter, I believe.
Phil's got to come talk to this dog.
And the dog's definitely not here, so
On the way.
I mean, you'd have to break into his house.
That's right, that's easy. You've got thieves' tools.
Okay, sure. We'll do that before you leave. In the meantime, I will reveal the letter.
Gertrude's letter.
So I'll read it in Master Ollivan's voice, just because Gertrude would know what he sounds like.
Dear Gertrude, I'm pleased to hear of the success in thwarting the plans of Huron Starmast. He remained a figure of interest within the Order after the years of rising disapproval of his ideas and methods. It is not surprising he had Kryn sympathies. However, a secret subterranean base deep within the Silberquell Ridge is not what we would have expected. I shall employ the High Curator to follow up on any similar persons of interest so that we can prevent similar tragedies. Well done, Gertrude. You continue to prove yourself an invaluable asset to the knowing mentor, and you make an old man proud. I think it is time. You have already surpassed the responsibilities of being an archivist. Your first steps to becoming an expositor will begin soon. Meet me at the Rexington Archive on the 1st of Cuaser, so we can prepare your induction.
She would, I imagine she's reading it, watching Blossom. And she's like, Blossom, when we get to Novgorod, we're going to have a lot to drink.
Oh, well, that's not a problem. How much to drink?
Well, she like holds up the letter, but not to have Blossom take it. It's like, seems like I've got something to celebrate, but I'll tell you when we get there.
I can't read a lot of these words, Gertrude. Arcanist?
It's basically saying that I got a promotion, but it's kind of to the position that I'm doing now, kind of, but it's more official.
You got a promotion? I didn't know you had a job, Gertrude.
Well, I know I don't really do much except sit in my room all day, but I do. That is part of my job, Blossom.
Oh, you get a job to sit in your room all day? I wish I had a job like that.
Well, this new job will be less sitting in my room and more going on adventures with you and Firion. So that's exciting.
Oh, I wish I had a job that lets me go on adventures with you and Firion. But I just do it for free, you know.
Well, I never planned to have this job, but it just seems to have, happened.
Well, that's pretty good if you're happy with it. It's exciting.
Yeah, I just think when we get to Novgorod, there'll be the siege ball and those rock and rolls, and then I can have a little promotion, and it's just all. And I got a new house, and it's all just coming together, except when we died.
Oh, yeah, we can't forget that one. That was important. Yeah, but that's what made us special now, you know.
She kind of looks around. She's like, some of this does seem a bit too good. And I did die, so maybe this is... Well, anyway. She, packs it up into her bag and, puts a little cloth around it. She's like...
Oh, yeah.
Well, you can be sure maybe we can have a little drinking competition when we get there.
Sounds like a good idea, Blossom, and maybe we'll get to meet all the team members of, oh god, what are they called?
Fennel Fighters.
The Fennel Fighters.
Well, maybe. Do you think they'll sell sparklers there? We can have a little sparkler celebration.
We probably would, right? Somewhere would.
100%, yeah. Siege Ball fucking league. They're going to have stuff like that.
They'll definitely have it, Blossom. And if we can drag Firion to the siege ball, you can see me really, let go.
Oh, hopefully he'll want to come. It sounds fun.
I think he'd like it if he watched maybe 10 games.
10 games? How many games are they going to play?
Well, probably only one.
Oh. Not enough. That's not 10.
Well, you never know. Firion might like it.
Well, I guess
we can make him come anyway, even if he doesn't.
Well, yeah, that's true. We're encouraging with sparklers and alcohol.
Exactly.
His two favourite things.
Gertrude was going to say maybe we could find another bar wench for him to have sex with, but she's not that mean.
I'm sure Lewis will oblige. Firion would also leave instructions. I think out of everyone, he would trust Rick the most. Maybe, actually, no, he'd say to Poppy to feed the sharks on the regular. Just chuck some raw fish in there.
Yes, of course, Mr. Moonlocks. I will make sure that your sharks have only the finest cuisine.
Just raw fish will suffice, Poppy. Thank you.
Of course, no problem at all.
He nods and heads off.
So, as you sit around for one last dramp noodle before you head out, one last meal, is there anything else you guys want to do before you leave, or are you quite happy to say goodbye to Sparkiller Base for the moment?
I assume we can take Snooper and Lugum.
Yeah, you can take both, yeah.
Okay.
Lugum is a sidekick, so in combat, because Blossom's already got a sidekick and thingy, either Firion or Gertrude either one of you can control him in combat.
I think it should be Firion, right? Because Gertrude might have a sister, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think Tom should.
Yeah. So I think he's already revealed in your thing anyway.
He is.
Yeah.
There he is.
You should be able to see all the stuff in there, Tom. His character sheet and whatnot, so in combat you can control that. Holy fuck, he got a natural 20 with it.
Let's go.
Well, on that note, I think it's the perfect time to head out on the road.
No, I've got to do my dog thing quickly.
Oh, yeah, of course, sorry.
Very briefly, it won't take very long.
So, you head down to Lower Huppadook after leaving
Yeah.
Sparkiller Base, and then quickly, on a quick stop in before you leave, you decide to head back towards Ponkiss's house with Firion in tow.
Blossom, do you still
Yeah.
have your... If you really want to go in the house, have you got your sheriff's badge with you?
Oh, damn. No, I left it back at the place.
Well, I'm going to go... And she's like points over into the distance. I'm going to go stand over there while you do this. But you can borrow mine in case anyone sees you.
Okay.
Just say you're investigating something.
Okay. If you think that's a good idea.
I think it might save trouble if you get caught.
I don't get caught, Gertrude. I'm really sneaky, you know? She
Okay.
just walks up the front door.
Yeah, Gertrude walks off into the other direction, but like maybe 100 feet away on the street corner.
Firion gives Gertrude a despairing look, but stands by Blossom.
Okay, so you make your way up to the door of this small shack. It's, as you
Uh-huh.
remember it, it's
It's like got windows. You just look and see if
it actually doesn't. It's
doesn't have windows.
no, it does have one window at the front, but it is like completely like covered over with curtains, so you can't see inside, unfortunately.
Well, you know, I could break in Firion, you know. I think it'd be fairly easy to do. But, you know, or you could just turn into a little mouse. I think there's a little gap in the door. Which one would you prefer?
Both of you do a quick perception check for me.
What's Lugum doing?
Lugo would be hanging back with Gertrude and staring at Snooper kind of angrily. Blossom, Firion, you're just too like, oh god, kind of to bother with this. But Blossom, you do actually notice on the door, it is quite heavily padlocked.
Oh. Damn.
Doesn't want his Spanner collection getting robbed.
Oh, yeah. Secure that Spanner collection. Gosh.
Firion would, for the first time, I think, because usually he stays at his normal height, for the first time he'd like squat down to Blossom's height and look her in the eye and say, Blossom,
Yeah.
have you considered why you want me to speak to this dog?
Yeah, just, you know, I thought maybe you'd want to talk to the doggy. You know, you like talking to animals. But mostly I just want the doggy to know the daggers are better than spanners.
And why do you feel the dog needs to know this, Blossom?
And just, you know, because then when he starts talking about spanners, you know, then Lucy will be like, no, and shake her head, you know. No, not as good as daggers. Like that.
And that will make this man and his dog unhappy?
Not the dog, just him.
Don't you think the dog wants to be in agreement with her companion?
No, she needs to know the truth, Firion. The daggers are superior to Spanish.
Blossom. This is a straight face. What you're saying is an opinion. There is no truth about spanners and daggers.
Oh, it's true, Firion. Trust me. You know, if a spanner and a dagger had a fight, I'm pretty sure the dagger would win.
I won't do this anymore.
Furion just turns into a mouse and goes under the door.
Yeah, it's definitely there's a gap wide enough to fit a mouse in. Let me quickly drag you over.
Definitely a pause, like a pregnant pause, as he looks into Blossom's eyes for the signs of life, and then just turns into a mouse and goes under the door.
She gives him a thumbs up.
Let's get a more particular music, shall we? Sort this music. Here we go. You're sneaking in. So, Firion, I'll pop both of you up here just so you can see what's going on, but you're not in.
Yeah.
So, you in mouse form, you sneak under the door, and you currently see that the house is empty, apart from Lucy, who currently is just asleep next to the sort of empty, currently fire pit in the centre of the room.
Mm-hmm.
Can you do a stealth check for me quickly?
Yep. Mouse. I'll use the rat stat block if that's
Yes,
alright.
that's fine, yeah.
Skill. Well, there's no stealth. Just dex. Perfect roll.
So,
14.
okay. She doesn't seem to have noticed you.
Okay. So Firion crawls under the door, gets to the other side, looks around the room in his little mousy face. It's what he expected the room to kind of be like.
Mm-hmm.
He looks over at Lucy on the floor asleep, and tries to get a feel for how content and well kept she is. Obviously, she's overweight, which he's not best pleased by.
Yeah.
But apart from that, does she look? Is her
Yeah.
coat shiny? Does
Do
she?
a perception check for me.
Okay. This is my. Shit. 9.
I mean, how much contact does Firion have with dogs? Because it kind of adjusts the DC based on...
Yeah, I was thinking about this. Probably not that much because he spends, even back where he was before, he spent most of his time outside in the woods roaming around. I do think the people, where he was would have had a fair number of dogs, particularly like guard dogs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't say a huge amount.
Okay, in that case then, I'd say the main thing is that she looks overweight and she looks quite old. You can see there's like some boils like on her, around her sort of mouth, and there's like, but that's all you can really make out. She just looks kind of old. She looks old and fat.
Yeah.
But she's quite happily just laying there at the moment. She doesn't seem uncomfortable or anything.
Then. He goes over to this little bunch of sacks or whatever they are.
Mm-hmm.
Just sits his little mouse butt down on the floor.
Yeah, she definitely hasn't seemed to notice you, even with you sneaking around the room. She's clearly just conked out a bit.
Just sits there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yo,
How long's he gonna sit there?
Not that long, maybe like a minute or so.
Yeah.
Maybe do a little mouse pee somewhere to give the dog something interesting to sniff when she wakes up.
Yeah, she's pretty much just fast asleep next to the fire pit, as you're just
Yeah.
waiting, watching. She's not moving about at all.
Yeah, he does a little mouse pee in the corner, and then comes back outside.
Okey-doke.
what did she say, Furion? Did she say the daggers were better?
She didn't understand what a dagger was, Blossom.
Aww. Maybe you could show her. She pulls out a dagger.
But,
To show her what a dagger is.
Blossom,
Oh, yeah.
she said she enjoyed meeting the nice lady.
Oh, that's cute. Well, can you go back and tell her that I liked meeting her as well?
Tyrion, roll a deception check for me, by the way. With advantage. And Blossom, roll an insight check with disadvantage.
You can still make this. -2, baby.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay, I would say with that, because it is Blossom and Tyrion, I will say that Blossom is it's particularly antsy to go and tell her how much you love her now.
Okay. What Blossom is?
Yes.
Oh my god, I really want to go tell her that I love her too. She was really cute yesterday. She put a little chin on my neck. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna go say hello. Gonna try and unlock the door.
Do a thieves.
Tyrion like raises his hand and opens his mouth, but doesn't say anything.
Do a
Like,
thieves. Sorry, go on.
No, that's it. He's literally just like,
Oh.
and then-
Yeah, thieves tools check. Yeah, clink,
Fuck.
clicks open.
Oh, I'm going in. Where's the door?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Lucy.
She kind of like wakes up and then looks up at you and kind of she recognizes you and waddles over.
Oh, she does the little knee pat thing. Lucy, okay. And I liked you yesterday as well, and I thought you was really friendly. Actually, I don't like your owner guy anymore because he was mean to me. But, I really like you, Lucy.
She's just kind of like trying to do that. She's trying to do that thing where the dog's like trying to jump up at you, but she's so fat that she can like barely do it. So she's just kind of like flopping.
Oh, that's okay. I'll flop with you, and she flops over on the floor.
Tyrion and Gertrude, can you do a perception check for me, please?
Oh, good. Well, we suck.
Roll something. Yeah, you don't notice anything.
Gertrude's just looking over like, what are you doing in there?
As you're like patting,
Thank you, Lucy.
as you're patting away, Tyrion and Gertrude, you're distracted for a moment, and then suddenly you turn around and you see that Ponkis is at the door, like getting ready to sort of unlock it, and then you see him look down at the thing, and he's like looking around like really suddenly. Can you both do stealth checks for me, please?
Fuck, yeah, because he works at a house.
A halfling reroll.
Okay, he definitely hasn't spotted you because he rolled a natural 1. But he's like desperately looking around, like really annoyed. And then he's like, you see him reach into his pocket and he pulls out like a little like bit of like a little spanner, and he's like, but it's like a really dented old spanner, and he's like raising it up and he starts quietly opening the door. He's gonna do a stealth check.
So we haven't seen him.
You've seen him now, 100%. You just didn't spot
Okay.
him like coming to the house on the way, but he's already there. Like that's what the perception check failure, unfortunately. You didn't see him coming up to the house. He is going.
Wait, has he gone in the door yet?
He's opening it up now. He's like getting ready to open it.
Fuck. Firion is going to.
Gertrude's gonna shout, "Grandma, no!"
Firion is gonna use his second wild shape. God damn it! To turn into Lucy, basically, and like bark up at Ponkus from over this direction.
Do a deception check with disadvantage. No, sorry, with advantage, not disadvantage.
I can't do deception.
Okay. He kind of looks at you and he's like, Lucy, how'd you open the door? And he kind of like runs up to you and kind of starts like kicking your, not like hard, but just sort of kicking your bum in the direction of the door.
Firion Lucy kind of resists and tries to run off to the side. In a
Lucy,
waddly
where
way.
you going? He starts like following you round.
And as he does so, he like barks in the direction of Gertrude.
Gertrude, yeah, is gonna try and move up to the house. She's still being like stealthy.
Yeah, do a stealth check for me, just to see if his passive perception notices you. Nah, you're fine. He definitely doesn't notice you. He's definitely very focused on Firion.
She'd
Blossom, we have to go. Ponkus is back.
Oh, okay. Bye, Lucy. And she gives her one last pat on the head. I'll see you next month.
He's like jumping up and down at you.
I'll come bring you lots of tramp noodle. I think you'll like it better than dumplings. Bye.
Yeah, you get out the door.
She gives her a little bit of pie as she goes out.
Blossom, maybe you could relock the door.
I could, yeah. Relock it.
Do a thieves' tools check for me.
Oh.
You click it once and it's like, oh, this is harder than you thought.
Oh no, it's a stupid lock. You can
there.
do it, but you can't do it out, you know.
You can
Let's
try again if you want. But there's potential that something bad could happen.
Let's get going, Blossom.
Okay.
As long as the door's closed, Lucy shouldn't get out.
Yeah, does the door actually click close
Yeah,
or
yeah,
not?
it does, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, bye Lucy one more time. And just gonna go to Gertrude.
Blossom, do a stealth check for me. Gertrude, you can use the same one.
Come on. Oh yes.
Yeah,
Hmm.
you're fine. You both sneak by. Firion, what's your plan from here?
Well, in fat Lucy form, I don't know how easily he's gonna get away from Ponkus. In an ideal world, he'd like run around a corner, and then as soon as he's around the corner, he'd turn back to himself.
Yeah, I think you could do that. He's a gnome, so he's not like hugely fast.
Yeah.
And technically,
He'd bark and then run around the corner. As soon as he turns around the corner, he'd turn back into Firion. And then as Ponkus catches up, he'd say to him, are you okay, Mr. Cog something?
Where'd Lucy go?
Yes. That direction. Point. Towards,
Okay.
away from where everyone else has gone.
Do a deception check for me.
Fuck!
With advantage, again.
13.
Okay, I'll go look for her. Hope she's not lost. And he sort of runs off in that direction. Allowing you to all,
Oh god.
thankfully, get away. I'll move you back to EOD Upper Duke. So, reunited after breaking and entering into Blossom's bad date gone wrong house. You get ready to say goodbye to Huppaduke. It's been where each of you met each other and your destiny was forged together in death and then rebirth, essentially, as you all realized your connection to the gods above and you helped stop a madman's attempt to create an avalanche that would have surely destroyed the city and then killed, hundreds and hundreds of people. But on top of that, you also helped investigate and put away a man who was clearly a corrupt noble and corrupt businessman who was helping smuggle things into the city, and you helped put a stop to that, and you managed to make Huppadook a little bit safer along the way. And then finally, you also managed to stop a terrorist attack at the Iron Runway event, where you uncovered a lot about the identities of these particular people.
Mm-hmm.
So, with that in mind, you get ready to leave Huppadook and say goodbye to the city where you once walked up and first met each other. You now leave together in tow as you head out towards Rexentrum. So, with that,
Oh yeah.
I will...
Did we buy mounts and stuff, or are we just
You never said you were, so I
going on foot?
I assumed you were walking.
Well, I assumed because it took so long for them to deliver horses
Mm-hmm.
that we probably wouldn't be able to get any.
They were specifically ponies was the reason they were harder to
Yeah,
get.
my pony.
You probably could get mounts. I will say that much. But again, because you'd have to buy them from the army, they would be, especially mounts, would probably be 4 times the cost. I'm gonna say, because they are in desperate need of them. So
How much is a horsey?
usually 75 gold pieces, so times 4, it'd be 300 gold pieces each.
Oh, that nearly wiped us out. Actually, no, I've got 25.
We've already got iceberg, so that's one.
Firion
Okay.
would normally, if he didn't have to burn his wild shapes, the Faith Blossoms, but
I mean, you could always rest on the way and then do so
Yes.
again. You've got
Yeah.
more enough time to rest on the way.
We got to get Lugum horse.
that poor fucking horse.
Well,
My horse.
she'd pay for one, but wouldn't it be half speed of 2 if you want, or not? I don't know.
I don't know.
You would, like I said, like it's the actual
Short people.
mounts aren't going to change your travel speed. I'll say that now because that's not technically in the rules how they work. The way you'd have to get like much quicker would be getting like special mounts like Griffins or Pegasuses, and the like land vehicles and stuff. Someone still needs to like pilot them and stuff like that, and you still need to. The horses have to stop for rest. They can't go for forever. So
they're only really useful if you want to carry a whole load of shit.
pretty much, yeah. It's just for carrying more stuff mostly, or if you're looking to get somewhere particularly quickly that's not too far away, because they can still carry. They can travel about 10 miles at a much faster pace, but beyond that, they're gonna have to go pretty slowly.
So if we were going somewhere nearby, it'd be useful.
Exactly. Yeah, but you're travelling a long way, so they ain't going to be able to...
Gertrude would be content with walking, I suppose, seeing as she's already plonked a load of money for a pony.
Yeah, if you don't, then in that case, then you begin your journey walking from Huppadook, leaving it behind. So the first leg of your journey is going to take you...
Blossom just kicks her legs up on the iceberg, you know?
So, you've got 2 days until you reach the Crispvale Thicket, which is pretty just a uneventful journey, to be honest. It's currently Huppadook. You would probably see a lot of industrial equipment and stuff for the war making its way out of Huppadook. But stuff coming in, you would maybe see some deliveries and stuff like that, but you might pass by some kind of merchants, etc. But there wouldn't be an awful lot of traffic in, but there would be quite a lot of traffic out. So is there anything in these particular 2 days you would want to do before you arrive at the Crispvale thicket?
Gertrude has one that she'd want to do while they're resting at night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She'd want to ask Lugoom what he thinks of the outside world, seeing he's never been here, and she'd be taking notes about what he says.
Okay. You would ask the question, and he would be like,
Lurgum. Too light. Too light. Too big. Too big. Blibdor poop no like this place. Lurgum no like.
Would he expand any further, like throughout the night, or would it just be the same sort of stuff?
it would be along the same kind of lines. He would say stuff like,
Too green. Too green.
I think she would try and ask questions like, why is it too bright, or why is it too green, to just see if she can work anything out about Kuatoa from that.
yeah, do a charisma check for me.
Cool.
Oh God, I
PI,
would, but my D&D Beyond is dying.
I can look it up for you if you want.
I think it's -1.
Let's see. Wildemount. Gertrude. Ooh, I think mine might be dying as well. Yeah,
D&D Beyond.
yeah, the India Beyond might be down, I think. Annoyingly.
I'm pretty sure it's -1.
Yeah, I think it's a -1.
You don't learn an awful lot more, but you get the impression that because they come from places in the Underdark mostly, he seems to be a bit overwhelmed by the kind of like open space and the size of it, and like the amount of light. He seems a bit overwhelmed by it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm.
Does anyone else want to do anything during this time? You've got a bit. You're traveling 8 hours a day, but you've got time to rest in the evening and do stuff like downtime wise. I mean, not rules wise, but you've got stuff you could do in the evenings that if anything you wanted to do. Like
Blossom will practice her poses with Snooper.
He would definitely be alongside you doing the poses, like a
It's gonna
Saturday
teach
Night
them
Fever
to,
style.
teach them to slew game as well.
Yep, Lugoon would be doing them alongside you as well, so Fiona and Gertrude have got to put up with that as they're trying to sleep, as Lugoon, Snooper and Blossom are all doing Saturday Night Fever poses, dancing throughout your small little camp.
Blossom will also show Slugoon the wonders of sparklers.
Yeah, and Lugoon would be, he would hate them, and he would be trying to stamp them out on the floor. He'd like trying to grab them off of you and just stamping them out like,
They're
Bad.
No, they're pretty, Slugoon. Look, you gotta look at the little spots coming off the middle.
Bad.
No, they're good.
Blibdor
Look.
poop no like.
The little people really like. They're so good. Look.
do a persuasion check for me.
Oh,
Oh.
the luck thing worked.
He kind of like reaches out as you're like trying to say to him that Blibdor Poop will like them, and he kind of grabs one and he's like kind of waves it around and bangs it against the floor, and he's like,
Yeah, see? Pretty.
Hero of Blibdor poop say good. Lurgum like sparkler.
Yeah. Now, Snooper, you hold a sparkler as well.
"Of course, Miss Blossom." He holds up
She
the.
holds the sparkler in the middle. Now you gotta wave it around like you just don't care. In the air, all around, in a big circle.
You see, like, Snooper's kind of, like, rotating his arm very mechanically, just kind of like, whilst Lugoom's kind of like, fucking, like, going, like, absolutely mad with it, like a little kid trying to shake a rattle.
And Blossom just does it very beautifully in the middle with 2 sparklers. She's just waving around like a dagger, pretty much.
Brilliant. What about you, Firion?
You're taking notes on the wrong creature, Gertrude.
Definitely.
Blossom memoirs. Firion would be, I think, both Blossom, Gertrude, anyone would notice. There's definitely a happier demeanor for Firion as he's out away from the city and out in the not the complete wilds because they're following a track, but at least he's out where he can see more wildlife and stuff. So, even just during their travels, sometimes he might switch to a beast in wild shape and like walk alongside them or go running off to chase things or find things. And during the travel and during the evening, he would be focusing on helping the group by using the herbalism kit to forage for useful herbs and to try and make potions of healing.
Okay, so potions of healing with you've got proficiency in the herbalism kit, don't you?
I do.
You do. So it would take a day total. So I would say in the evenings you could spend about you've probably got about 8 hours you could spend before you have to sleep. I'd say you spend 8 hours like working towards it.
Yeah.
So over the course of 2 days, you got 16 hours. So you essentially just need one more day of working at it to be able to make 1 potion of healing.
Sounds good.
Right. So as the first leg of your journey, the first 2 days go by fairly uneventfully, you gradually approach off of the more well-trodden path and then come to, for Firion, a more familiar sight as he visited the Crispvale thicket during the sort of first leg of downtime within your stay at Huppadook. And you see before you is a huge set of woods that lie in the distance, and you find yourself going out of civilization and open-planed fields and kind of more rocky terrain near the mountains, and getting where it was much colder in Huppadook, generally more of a chill in the air. It's a lot more kind of what's the word? Not humid, like not placid. Like temperate, I guess is the word I think I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely less chilly. I mean, this the Wildemount's generally a pretty chilly nation, but it's not as bad here. The covering of the trees. Sorry, go on, Blossom.
I was just gonna say, I think Blossom might have already been through it if she's already come from Blade Garden. She's just like assuming that the path goes through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so she's been through it once.
Yeah, so when you travelled here through before, it's a large wood. I imagine she would have stuck to the path. It's a forest that spans, almost 50 miles across, almost sort of nearly 30 to 40 miles across.
I think we came here on some wagon that some random was driving, right?
I think so, yeah.
I think I remember.
You probably would have arrived via wagon, yeah.
No. Well, I slept through most of this journey. I don't really remember the woods that well.
I didn't go through it. I just came straight up the road from Feldwin.
Oh. Well, I came through before. Someone was driving and I fell asleep. Someone was talking to me and they were really boring, so I just couldn't help it,
I'll try not to be boring seeing as we're walking, Blossom.
Well, I'm on a horse, but...
Yeah, I suppose you just carry you.
Yeah. If I fall asleep on Iceberg, you wake me up, yeah?
Just hear the grinding of the gears, but no response.
Yep.
So,
Sure.
as,
So
Luke
yes,
and-
I think.
as you approach the forest,
Yep.
I'll just move back to this scene.
Ah,
Now
yeah.
you've spent a short little while making your way through the forest, and out of this is now you're really out of the civilization of Huppadook, the mechanics and the machines and all the industrialism is just it's no more, and you are truly one with nature once more.
Oh, actually, I do remember that rock. That's a very significant rock for me. I remember that rock.
Can all of you do a perception check for me, please?
He's breathing deeply and smiling to himself.
Oh fuck! Oh, what's her perception?
I was going to ask Hannah, do you want to try and get the D&D Beyond app open on your phone? Because I can't get it open for me.
I'll try. The only reason I got Blossom still is because I didn't refresh.
Yeah. Just seeing if maybe the app will work.
I'll try. Let me have a look.
Oh yeah, I've got it on my phone. I'll have
Oh
a
yeah,
look.
yeah. Try on the app maybe. So I can't get it open either on my end, annoyingly.
This is why I should make a character sheet and roll 20 as well.
I've been tempted a few times, but always get too lazy.
Ooh.
I think it's loading. Oh wait. Hang on.
Ooh, loaded.
It did. Somewhere. It's on my phone. It's working on my phone.
Awesome. If you could just, tell Kieran his stats.
Why are all
then.
these characters so old?
What do you mean?
Huh?
Well, it's got loads of characters I deleted on here. What the fuck?
Ooh.
Oh, there he is, Barry Wug. I'm on
I
it.
don't know.
Well, wait, hang on. Let me click
For some
that.
reason, Farrell works, but not Blossom on my phone.
Oh yeah, Gertrude's on.
You've got Gertrude open.
Yes.
Awesome. So, yeah, if you just want to just do it manually, I guess, for now.
What was it? Investigation.
Perception check.
Oh, this was the whole thing in Tom's one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Both Firion and Gertrude, you both spot a familiar sight within the trees, particularly familiar to you, Firion, as within the trees, sort of in this direction, there's kind of like an area built up with kind of like bushes and foliage, and kind of perched within the foliage is two crows that are very familiar to you, Firion, as they kind of look in your direction, kind of like tilting their head left and right and kind of cawing.
There you are. He calls out to them. Is there something you wish us to see or to know?
They keep cawing towards you in particular, Firion, like all their attention is focused on you. They're like cawing and kind of like flapping their wings slightly, but not moving off of this bit of foliage, like this sort of bush and kind of...
Do I get any... I'm only asking because of the speech of the woods thing for shepherd, druid.
Mm-hmm.
Says you gain the ability to decipher their noises and motions of beasts.
They look excited to see you.
Ah. Yeah, he would smile, and I think both Blossom and Gertrude, and again Snooper and Lugu, would notice that Firion looks really different out here. Like his hair has gone from like long and straight to almost having like a wave or a curl to it. His skin has taken on like a darker, ruddy tone to it, and just he himself seems to be moving and even starting to like speak a bit faster than he was before. And he almost like half runs or jogs over to these crows, and just says, "It's good to see you both."
As you run over to these figures, the foliage on which they're standing on begins to move. And it
Yep.
and it turns towards you. And then you see this figure.
Oh.
A figure you didn't see before, who is completely coated in almost like it looks like a ghillie suit, of just like flowers and grasses, and he was kind of standing almost like arms wide open like a scarecrow, but the polar opposite, I suppose, as he kind of like turns towards you, and he says, "No. There you are." And he kind of like puts up his hand, like from being an outward position, and kind of points right in between like your nose and your eyes, Firion, at your head, and kind of just touches you on your head.
He said, "No, they you are."
Yeah, because you said to the crows, "Ah, there you are." And in response, he says, "No, there you are."
Firion skids to a halt. He doesn't know this individual,
No, you do not recognise him.
but he doesn't get any sense of danger. Yeah, he skids, and the guy pokes him, and he kind of plants his staff in the ground next to him, and says, cocks an eyebrow, and says, "I don't know you, but my friends are," he like gestures to the crows, "are vouching for you. My name is Firion. What's yours?"
You do not know me, yet I know you, Firion Moonlocks. Your friends.
Firion takes a little bit more of a
our
guarded
friends.
stance there.
And he kind of gestures to the ravens as he says that.
I see. And you've been waiting here for me?
Yes. We noticed you when you previously walked these woods.
Well, I am at your disposal. Please excuse all of this. And he like broadly gestures to the rest of the group slightly further back.
He kind of like leans round, and you see this like huge figure now. Like the rest of you, it's like he's standing about 7 foot tall. He's like very well built. He's like covered in all sorts of like grass and flowers, and he's kind of holding this like wooden staff that's similar to Firion's, and he's got a big smile on his face, and he kind of just says, "Hello."
Aww. Leaves are speaking.
And then he kind
I'm
of turns.
confused.
He turns his attention back to Firion, and he says, "Forgive my deception, Firion Moonlocks. Our friends, have been watching you."
I take no offense. For what purpose do they watch, and for what purpose do you wait?
The night when the moon shone so bright, when Firion Moonlocks left the thicket, Silas
had a dream from the Wild Mother. The Wild Mother told Silas that Firion Moonlocks was capable of helping my people. So that is why I wait. But it is no chore. I am surrounded by friends after all. He smiles like a really big smile and then looks to the boat ravens.
Firian's eyes had widened, and now they've kind of narrowed again in purpose. He just says, "You will of course have my help. I cannot speak for my friends, but I will do everything I can. I've been waiting for the Wild Mother to speak."
And speak she has. I am Silas, Fall Dreamer, of the Dreamer clan. It is a pleasure to finally tread upon the same ground.
He smiles once more.
I am glad you will help.
Then he leans round and says,
What of your companions?
Firion turns and says, "Gertrude, Blossom, this man is a friend. He has asked for my help and I have volunteered it. I would be grateful if you would help too."
Is
Hmm?
okay.
Did we hear the conversation they're having
yeah,
or not?
you're like,
Okay.
you're a little bit away, but you could overhear it, definitely.
Okay.
Firion, are these the big leaves you were talking about? They want help.
This man's name is Silas, Blossom.
Man,
For
Where?
someone who loves a disguise kit, you're finding yourself easily fooled.
oh,
And he
he's got a
smiles.
disguise on?
You see before
Look
you blossom.
amongst the leaves, Blossom.
You see before you blossom, all these leaves suddenly disappear
Whoa.
and then
What
reappear
happened?
right in front of you, and they're just like kneeling down, and you see this big face with this big red nose and this thick beard that's all tangled with flowers throughout it, and he's got a big smile, and he just pokes you on the nose.
Whoa. You're the big leaf man.
You're a funny
Oh.
little one.
And you're made of leaves.
That is
Hmm.
not the case, although
He's a really good disguise, though.
the leaves are within all of us, much like we are within them.
I don't normally eat too many leaves.
As
Mostly
he said-
drought noodles.
As he says that, Firion from behind him says in Druidic, "I wouldn't bother."
He kind of looks back to you and smiles, and in Druidic,
Yeah, and Firion's smiling too.
in Druidic he replies,
Silly little one.
Yeah, he'd say in Druidic, "You don't know the half of it."
and he looks to Gertrude and says,
You are very attractive.
Thank you. Firion, is this to do with this Wild Mother? Do you think she's connected to how we got resurrected?
She got can't quite remember, but it was like a connection, right? When
Mhm.
we were resurrected, yeah.
It was like almost like a vision you had, and then
Yeah.
you were back and like rejuvenated. And it was like a
I
connection in the night sky. You saw like a triangle of golden
Yeah.
light.
I am sure that the Wild Mother guides me, Gertrude, and that myself and her through me connected to you and to Blossom.
Well, if she brought you back and she needs help now, then we have to help. We owe her.
Well, I want to help. If we help Tree Man, then you show me how to disguise as a tree, because it's really cool.
You do not need to disguise. You are one with nature already.
And he gestures to the mud on the floor and he says,
Like the hog, we must roll and enjoy.
and he sort of lays down on the floor and just starts rolling around in the mud.
Oh, Blossom will follow and copy him. Oh, this will make me closer to nature?
Precisely.
Oh, well then. She like puts it all on her face.
In Druidic, he says to you, Firion,
She looks awfully silly now, doesn't she?
Varian has this wonderful, joyous laugh, which I don't think anyone of you would have heard before. He just holds, like, almost like having to lean on his staff to stop himself falling over, but he laughs out loud.
Oh, Firion, I don't think I've heard you laugh before. You must really like the mud.
He just looks down at Blossom's face covered in mud and just continues laughing.
Has this guy had any visible reaction to Snooper?
he would move up closer to him after rolling in the mud with Blossom. And he says,
You are a strange one.
and he kind of like touches the metal and strokes it and just says,
Man may have taken you and what you are built from the earth, but that does not make you what you are.
and Snooper kind of like turns his head and just says,
You are most fascinating. I have never seen a creature such as you before.
and he says,
Well, now you have.
and he says, and he just looks down at him and he just looks him up and down and then just smiles at him. And then he looks down at Lugum and says,
You are very sweet.
and he just kind of like bonks him on the head with his staff. And Lugum's like, and he's kind of like got his little spear and kind of like, he's like,
You have nothing to fear, little one.
he's just like,
Perp.
and he just moves back over to Firion, like covered in mud and stuff, and he just says,
The Dreamer clan. Further into the thicket we lie. Our sacred temple to the Wild Mother. It has been taken by men.
Gertrude would look at Lugum and be like, You've got something in common with them, Lugum. There's a badgerpoot here as well.
Badgerpoot?
Yes, she'd look at this. He's a furbolg, right?
yeah.
He'd be like, Yes, the men seem to be the badgerpoot in this instance.
Badgerpoot. Lurgum help heroes of Blibderpoop. Kill Badrapurd.
She refers to Fury and is like, the man, are they? What do you want done with them?
I would like them to leave the temple. However, when I asked nicely, they chased me away. I do not think a peaceful resolution is possible.
She'd look at Luke and be like, yeah, Badger paid.
They're baddies.
And
Well,
he looks genuinely saddened by that as well.
Well, we get rid of the baddies. That's all we do, right, guys?
Yeah, we'll help you.
He smiles at that and goes sad. His face goes from very sad to like really happy, and smiles and says,
You have nice friends, Virion Moonlocks.
Smiles, sort of a wry smile. It just says, in common. They have their moments.
Every moment, right, Furion?
He like reaches down with his staff. His blossom's still like on the ground in the mud.
Just kind of standing there with loads of mud on her.
Yeah. He reaches down with his staff and like gently flicks some of it off her shoulder. It's just like most moments, perhaps. Come along now.
I'm just glad we didn't end up with a dog on this journey.
Oh, it was close. She was really cute.
I am the Fall Dreamer of my clan. I am the Protector. I will lead you to these men, but I have not the ability nor the strength to make them leave on my own. Together, we will be friends, and maybe they will agree to leave.
Well, if I have anything to say about it, and she pulls out her daggers. See, they can meet this one. He's called Demo, and they can meet this one. He's called Lish, and together they will demolish. See?
he kind of just looks at you and he just like moves his head back and forth, and he's just like,
You are a funny little one.
Are you? I don't think I've ever seen something like you before. I've seen orcs. Are you an orc?
I am a Fearbolg.
Fearball.
And,
What a fearball is.
and then you see him suddenly, and he goes from a Fearbald and he changes to like an orc, and he's like,
Now I am an orc.
So you are an orc. You're sneaky. You're a sneaky orc. I know a sneaky orc just like you. He taught me how to use daggers. His name was Crust.
and then he transforms back into the Fearbald and says,
And now I am a Fearbolg.
Oh no, Crust Fearball.
Can Gertrude roll to see if she's heard of Fearbolgs or how much she knows about?
"Yeah, do a nature
Yeah.
check." I think she definitely would know what they are, but yeah, you definitely know Fearball are kind of nomadic people who tend to live they're very like, isolationist, and tend to live often within nature. They tend to be people who are very much in they commune and are in touch and connected to nature in different ways. You know that they have like natural magic. They're like, I think they're Fae in origin, if I'm correct. Might be wrong with that though. Let me double check.
What's their relation to the Empire?
In terms of the Empire, they don't really have any relation. They are completely an independent.
I guess I mean, how they viewed by the Empire?
They're mostly ignored because they
Okay.
just live in small clans in the middle of forests and woods and stuff like that. So they're mostly ignored. They're not a very like warlike people. They don't take resources particularly. So they tend to keep to themselves. They're quite, like I said, quite secretive and isolationist.
If a Furbolg walked up into town, everyone would be a bit like, oh, but they wouldn't be like, go away.
Definitely, it'd be a very weird sight to see a Firbolg.
Yeah.
With a FIP 17 history check, you know it's not completely unheard of, though. You would know there is a particularly famous Firbolg in Zadash, who works as a wizard, an enchantment wizard, as part with the Rex and Jamar guy. His name is Pumat Sol.
Yeah.
He's a very famous Firbolg, and that's like him alone has kind of familiarized people with the species a lot more, especially if you're from that area.
Oh yeah, oh wait.
He's the fucking best.
I'm just gonna try and put him out soul. You better stop practicing,
If you go
dude.
to Zadash, then yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah, so she's not like overly
Yeah, you've
taken aback at seeing him.
No, it's not like the weirdest thing in the world. It's just like they're definitely uncommon, but it's definitely not.
Be like a happy curiosity.
Yes, yeah, I'd agree with that.
Like if you were there, if you were walking around as a mum and kid, you'd be like, "Oh, look, honey, it's a Furbolg."
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. He kind of like begins walking off in a direction. He doesn't say anything, but he just starts sort of slowly waddling.
Yeah, perfect. Firion just doesn't say anything and follows him as well. And seems happier than ever. Planting his staff firmly on the ground in each step.
I think Blossom just looks back at Iceberg and she's like, well, I guess we're gonna go fight some baddies.
Okay, and you begin slowly following this Firbolg through the woods until eventually you arrive at an area of woods where the trees begin to thin out more and more, and in the distance you begin to hear the chattering of voices. You can even see some like smoke pyres above the trees that are making their way upwards. And he begins to move slowly and then stops. And he says,
"It is not far now. I will follow your lead, Firion Moonlocks. The Wild Mother has sent you for a reason, and I trust in your judgment."
He smiles.
Have these men been hostile? Have they hurt your people? Or do they just occupy?
They occupy, and they become violent when I have asked them to leave.
I see. We will clear your temple, Silas Fall Dreamer.
He smiles and just says,
Thank you, Firion Moonlocks. You will make a good friend.
the ravens are like still on him, by the way, the entire time.
Oh yeah,
Cute.
bros.
So I'll move you over to
on the way,
Yeah.
Blossom like slaps some mud on a iceberg on his face. And she's like, goes up to Snooper as well. She's like, "You'll have some mud as well, Snooper. It's the natural life." And she puts some on his arms.
Yeah.
And you, Slugo.
Yeah,
And she
the
puts some on his
Snoop is
face.
just like,
Of course, Miss Blossom, I wish to fit in as best as possible within this nature.
Exactly, and we can camouflage in the mud now as well.
Lugum's just like,
Exactly.
Well, it's natural.
Maybe when we get up there, we can observe them for a while, work out what they're doing here.
so if you guys want to put your tokens like here for now, but you're a bit off the map.
Where, sorry?
Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong there. Here.
Bottom left.
Gotcha, you want some mud as well? I'll give you some.
Okay.
Okay, she like just picks up 2 lumps of mud in her hands.
On the face, Blossom.
Not on
not
the face,
No, on the face, not the robes, though.
not the robe, so I got it.
And she
Yeah, I
looks
just-
down at the bottom of her robe, which is probably just tracked in mud, and she's like,
Oh, I might as well just do it everywhere then.
she just like slaps both cheeks on your face with like mud dripping down onto everywhere, basically.
she says very deadpan to Firion.
Do I look more sneaky now?
You hear a voice, Blossom.
Yeah. What is it?
Not sneaky enough.
So you're about 30 feet away from the site, but you can see now, as you approach closer, you can sort of make out the figures in the distance. You can hear the sounds of chatter. You can hear the fire kind of crackling. You hear like the occasional like laughter. You can see the smoke kind of billowing up into the sky.
This is the place Firion moonlocks. This is the temple to the Wild Mother.
Is this all of them? Are there more inside?
There are many more within.
Confir it. Is
Okay.
it as the map?
Yeah.
So it's not really clear exactly why they're here.
No, currently it just looks like they've camped out outside it, basically.
Can Gertrude recognise if the men are from anywhere in particular? Like, have they got any uniform on, or...?
Definitely not. They just look like they're wearing kind of pretty basic clothes. They look like they're just like patchwork kind of leather armor, and it looks like very thrown together. They don't look like they're of a particular gang or anything like that. They look like they're wearing very basic outfits, to be honest.
And they've got weapons, right?
Yes, they do. You can see in sight. You can see. Let me just quickly check something. You can see mostly it looks like curved swords, like scimitars, and like light crossbows are sort of scattered around the camp, and some of them are like in their within their kind of like sheaths, like on their waist.
Gertrude looks at the camp and she's like,
I have an idea if anyone wants to hear it.
Does it involve sneaking up and stabbing?
It does involves that, but I could also do my ring of obscuring around the entrance. So if anyone they come out to help their friends, they'll be, confused.
Oh.
Good idea.
Well, you could do as well. Oh no, it's too clever for Blossom. No, I'm not with it.
I'm loath to spill blood. The Wild Mother's temple unless necessary. But even as he's saying that, you can see he's not himself convinced in saying that.
Yeah.
Well, maybe
You
if
see-
a
Someone's got both daggers out.
maybe if a fog cloud as well, a few will run out, and we'll be able to pick them off before we go in.
I was gonna say. Hannah's gonna say you could put like a cloud in the middle and obscure them from each other, so you can kill this one without anyone seeing. You can kill this one without anyone seeing. And this one.
True.
The last one might be a bit off, but
So then we have to maneuver around without them seeing us.
it's
And
sneaky.
without them making any sound. So it would have to be a one hit kill.
I suppose it depends on how strong they are then, yeah.
We do look like bandits.
They definitely do, right, from what you can see.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, Firion spent some time around nasty people.
The trouble is, if I do it in the middle, it's only 20.
Ah, okay. Only a limited amount of people then.
Actually, she'd probably put it there. So then,
Oh, I don't know.
I don't
I don't
know.
know what the other option really is, though, really, because what the fucking negotiation's going to be? All right, sling your hook. Now.
fuck you!
Yeah. Like, how is it going to be any different from when Silas did it?
Look, kill?
Kill them all,
Yeah.
Luger.
Yeah, immediately game.
Bathe in their blood. No, Firion didn't say that.
Blossom could do silent image, if that's any help. Distract.
Actions. I mean, Firion can wild shape scout inside to get a better
Mhm.
idea of numbers and stuff.
Maybe we should take them out here first, right?
Yeah, I kind of want to just beat the shit. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, the only thing is if they make noise, then they'll alert all of that's inside.
Yeah.
Might have to have a similar strategy to the
Then-
old Fandelver.
But then Firion might get trapped inside, and then
Yeah, that's a real bad
Yeah.
yeah, then it'll be his blood getting spilled in there.
time.
So I think Gertrude is going to do the fog cloud.
Yeah.
She's just doing it.
No, I was going to do a box just to show you where she did.
Oh, I see. Get any bonuses to my summons yet?
I would say do a group stealth check at this point, because I feel like
Yeah.
this represents you guys chatting about strategy and stuff.
Pretty good.
How do I do one for Iceberg?
Oh,
Just
shall I
do
do
a
that?
dexterity
Lugu?
check. Yeah, if you could do one for Lugu, for me, that'd be great. I'll do Sneaker and Silas.
How do I do it?
Lugu's a straight roll.
Just,
Let's go,
just click
Lugu.
on where it says Dex.
Yeah, I've done it.
No, I meant
50.
for Hannah.
Oh, I
She
see.
was asking me how do I do it.
Uh,
You go in the character sheet for them on roll 20.
oh, I found it. Yeah. That's straight.
Check something.
The snooper.
So, yeah, you're all fine. You
Does
can-
this ring of obscuring ever lose charge? Like, does it ever run out?
I don't think so. I think it just resets on a long rest, doesn't it?
Oh right.
I'll double check for you. Ring of obscuring.
I mean, she hasn't used it yet, so
Yeah, regains
just kind of want to do it.
1d3 charges at dawn. So you have to roll for it to see how many it
Okay.
regains. But it has 3 charges.
Cool.
Okay, I've also got this rope of entanglement if we want to use that.
Maybe we could capture one and tie him up with it.
Maybe if that's what you want to do. You
Okay.
know, or
Work
hold up.
out.
Heather.
Work out why they're here.
We could threaten one to scare the others, or ransom, or trade. I don't know. I've underestimated the pugnacious ability of man before.
I mean, maybe I can make the image, you know, of a really sexy barmaid come out from behind the boxes over here, walk to the middle, and then they'll all be lured to the middle when we get them.
I want to do that just to see what Blossom's idea of a super sexy
Yeah.
barmaid would be.
If I cast a
Dress
cloud,
made of daggers.
if I cast a cloud over there, Blossom, you could have her walk into the cloud, and
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
maybe some of them will back off and some will go in.
Come on, Gertrude.
As you're standing there, Lugoon just starts walking up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's.
If Gertrude sees him walking up, she'd do the fog cloud.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay.
go time.
Yeah.
Fuck it, let's do it.
Everyone, please roll initiative for me.
Oh yeah.
Iceberg, attack! If
For
you
Melora.
know how to do that, Iceberg, I can't
Fuck.
remember.
Some bad initiative, so I need to do Lugim. Whoop.
That was very convenient. I rolled it again to put it in, and I still got a 6.
Yeah.
Nice.
But it didn't give me a point, whatever. That's weird.
Initiative is Dex, isn't it? Oh, no, it's got one. Don't know. Hey.
Okay.
Would we get a surprise
You
round?
certainly would.
Woo!
So you'd have to move 30 feet up to be where you are currently
Mhm.
on the map.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Gertrude's is 120 feet, so she'd do it where it is.
Yeah, so you see this huge fog cloud go up. Which, let me just read what it does quickly.
I'll post it.
Heavily obscured,
Ooh.
nice. Right. Blossom, you're up first.
Yeah. Just realised I forgot to change my feet from my feet to ability scores. Well, fuck it, now it's too late. So we're 30 feet off the map, right? So I've got to do my roguey dashes to get fucking halfling. So I can go 50 feet, 20 feet onto the map somewhere.
Is this the surprise round or the normal round?
Surprise round.
Okay, so she'll do that later on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hide behind boxes.
Is that your turn?
Okay, that's a bonus action dash because I'm a rogue, so
Yep.
I'll action hide, I guess.
Okay, roll a stealth check for me. Yeah, you're pretty fucking hidden with that. Put the ninja symbol on. Okay, Silas will move up 30 feet to get her ears. And he will take the dodge action. Lugoom.
It's like protect Lugoom, isn't it?
He's alright. Luke.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you can work out the sort of stuff what Lugoom would do. So.
Yeah, Lugoom's not a subtle creature.
No.
Lugoom goes screaming forward. He has one spear, right? So if I throw the spear, it's then
Yes.
over where it is. Yeah, he's just gonna dash then. He's gonna dash 30 feet towards this guy. With the spear up in the air.
You just see him run out there, was like, ah, Blibderperp! Like what?
Oh, he's a spellcaster now, isn't he?
He does
Yep.
have spells, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Iceberg.
Iceberg. Let me try and remember your stats.
Just say on his roll 20 sheet.
Yeah, I was just trying to get it out.
If you go on the roll 20 sheet, Hannah,
Yeah.
and then in the top left-hand corner, there's a little like square, like papery symbol with a square next to it, next to his name.
Yeah.
If you click that, it will create it into a separate window, so you don't have to keep finding him and opening it. Makes it a lot easier to go back to him when you need to.
Oh no, I don't like it when it does that.
That's
I
fair
like to
enough.
be able to close it like this. Yeah, he's got 60-foot movement, so I guess he's just going to follow Lugoon. Oh, nice pig. He barked Lugoon.
Still got an action.
Action. Action. I don't know. Can't do anything. Dodge, I guess.
Dodge. Don't put the dodge symbol on him. Snooper will get 30 feet to there, and then he'll bonus action dash. Get to here, and then he'll action hide like Blossom. Oh, great. Firion.
Varian 30 feet to where he is.
If you cast it from this ring, do you still have to concentrate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Firion will hold up his golden acorn and call upon the Wild Mother and summon a bestial spirit.
Oh shit.
Oh, yeah.
I will put it in chat. Boop. Second level spell. Okay, that's a whole lot of text, but basically I get a little beast spirit. I'm gonna choose Spirit of the Air. So it's like a little bird spirit. I see it as a like a big old chunky raven, but with white feathers instead of black. And
Nice.
How is this?
oh yeah, perfect.
America.
America. And it has an AC of 13 and hit points of 20.
Quickly make this for you.
Thank you. Its turn will be very simple. Just hit stuff.
What's it called? Bestial Spirit.
Yeah.
Of the sky.
Shares my initiative count, takes its turn immediately after mine.
Hold a second. Where is it? There we go. What was its HP again?
20.
And its AC was 13, right?
Yep.
And put it under Firian's allies, under Firian's little folder, so you can drag him out and stuff. So
Thank you very much.
should be able to control that token, I think.
Oh, such a pretty token. Yep, and he'd summon. It would sort of emerge almost like the white feathers forming from a cloud above and screech down and attack this guy.
Nice. Yeah, make an attack roll for me.
It's my spell attack. +5. 18.
18 definitely fucking hits.
Boop. 12
Holy
damage.
Shit, it insta-killed that guy.
Oh my god.
So it just flies down. Would you describe it to me? How does it fly down and just...
Yeah, I think almost like a fucking peregrine falcon. It hurtles down out of the sky with this like screech coming out from it, and it just smashes into the guy, tearing at his neck and probably just breaking his neck as it smashes into him.
Jesus Christ.
And then it flies back up again a good, I don't know, like 30 feet.
Yeah. Nice.
It's got 60 feet movement speed.
Gertrude.
So she's 30 feet off the map at the moment.
Yeah. It'll take 30 feet to get to the point where you're currently are, so...
I mean, she can move a bit more then, because she's got 40 feet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, monk powers. Oh, and Therium will Shillelagh, just so it's active.
Yeah, no worries.
And then she casts a fog cloud.
Yep.
And then she won't do anything with her bonus action.
Okay, these guys are surprised, so they don't get to do anything. Blossom.
Blossom looks at Snooper. She does like the 2 eyes to me, 2 eyes to you, points at this guy up here. If I can point to it.
Yeah.
That guy there. She's like, me to this guy. No, she's going to go to this guy actually, and she's like, you to this guy.
I will say this guy is like heavily obscured in fog now. You can't
Yep.
see him.
It's only just happening as she's looking at him, so she's like, well, I can still see him right now. She's
Yeah.
gonna go get him. Okay, so I'm gonna have to bonus action dash my butt over there. I have to go round the 10, annoyingly. Hang on. 40. Oh no, I can't make it. No!
Just go for it.
Could go for that guy. But she's already made up her mind. She wants that guy.
You could dash again with your action.
Like action dash?
Yeah.
Yeah. Double dash?
Yeah, you can do that, yeah.
God, that poor guy.
Little streak of pink.
Do I have to go? Do I have to go around these barrels?
Yes, you would.
Okay,
And
let's
she
get.
blossoms, she's
I
small.
can still get there though. Yeah. There we go.
Nice.
That guy's just going to step out the fog and get stabbed.
So I guess it's going to go up to here, and he's going to take the dodge action. Lugoom.
Oh yeah. Lugoom's prey was killed before him. I think Lugoom would be angry at the bird that stole his kill.
Probably.
Um,
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Let's get the spell casting going. Here we'll move towards the far guy. There. And then he will cast. He will call upon the power of Blibdoolpoop and cast Toll the Dead.
Oh yeah. It's a wisdom save, right?
I think so, yeah.
Is it like an anchor being
Wait,
dropped?
Why does it say spell save DC 22?
Oh, I've put the fucking modifier in it wrong. I always do that with the character sheet because it's like this modifier you can add to it. It's so weird.
It's all good.
It
It would be 11.
Well, he got a 3, so he fails.
Oh, nice. 1d8.
Is it like an anchor being dropped?
Clang.
Probably, yeah. Let me change that DC thing.
2.
There we go. 2 points of necrotic damage. Was it on this one?
Yeah.
You don't.
That's him.
Cool. Iceberg.
Iceberg. Just gonna try and get up there first of all. Oh, I can. Just about. Bosh. Gonna hoof him.
Okie doke.
Hey.
Well, just hits.
Oh.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
gonna sound like these guys are fucking refugees or something. Just burst out of the woods and killed them all.
The gnarliest refugees you've ever seen.
How do I press the attack
Press where it says hooves.
button? I press that there.
On the wording where it says hooves in the chat.
Oh, that's nice.
There you go. Fucking hell, he's dead as a fucking dodo.
Hey.
Jesus, that was max damage.
That's good old hoofs.
Snooper.
So I reckon.
Yeah.
Move up to here. He will bonus action insightful fighting on this guy.
Yeah.
Insight check. Ooh.
Oh,
good.
snoops.
Now this guy's got to make a deception check. Yeah,
Damn.
doesn't get it. So Snooper will make an attack with his short sword. Hits. Ooh, nice amount of damage though.
Solid 8.
Tyrion.
Marion. Move. Up next to Silas. Ooh, I think that guy's out of range. Yeah, he's not that bothered. He'll follow Silas's lead. He'll take the dodge action, and then the spirit will fly, fucking like a bullet, straight for this guy. Squeak! Up, up.
16
16.
definitely hits.
It's the 1d8 plus 3. Roll on. 1d8 plus 4. Up.
I mean, yeah, he's
11
he's
damage.
fucking dead.
Fuck, this thing's crazy. Just rolling very well on the damage. It moved. So yeah, it's kind of just doing its thing where it's like dive bombing down,
Yeah.
then whatever remaining movement it has, it goes back up into the air, like it's hunting.
And next turn.
Skirtry.
Nope, it's this hidden guy who moves out
Oh,
of the
shit.
tent and is like, "What the fuck?" And he's like, "Oh shit!" And he's gonna, he is going to just wildly swing out at Snooper.
We really are a what the shit group, it has to be said.
He's gonna make.
You came out and there was a fucking robot, a spirit bird, a metal horse, a fish
Yeah.
guy with hay hair, a weird elf dude, a fucking fearbulg, and 2 halflings just running around.
He's gonna make 3 attacks against
Oh, fuck.
Whoa.
Snooper. First is a 15. Oh wait, I'll put it on public. 15, which hits. 9 slashing damage to him.
No.
Second attack. There's an 11, which misses. And then the
Take
last one. 22, which hits. And does 6 points.
Respectable.
Oof. Can we see his health?
Oh yeah, sorry. 6 is that much. There you go. And then the
Okay.
guy is gonna fucking leg it this way. 5, 10, and then he's gonna bump into Blossom and be like, oh shit.
Yeah.
So Snooper will take an attack of opportunity against him. The bird can't because it's in the air, right?
Yeah, it doesn't get a sneak attack.
Does hit. So 5 piercing damage. Okay. Right, is that guy's turn? Gertrude.
Gertrude is gonna step off the wind.
Mm.
Up behind him.
Yep.
Fucking speedy halflings.
And then she'll get her pincer staff out.
Yeah!
Oh, baby!
She'll be like, you come back here. Come on, baby.
I did remember to make that, didn't I?
Yep.
Yeah, nice. Definitely hits.
7.
7 hits. Okay.
And he has to do a... Oh no, she has to use a bonus action. So don't worry.
Okey doke.
Just smacked him with it.
Yeah. Do that.
The bandit is going to... He can feel people off in this direction, so he's going to run out here, I think.
Oh,
Attack of
yeah.
opportunity.
Yes, you would. It would be at disadvantage.
Fuck it.
This is within nothing. Ooh, it
Yeah.
misses, yeah. And he's gonna swing out at Blossom with -2 to your AC, Blossom.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a 10.
And he misses.
Yeah. That's his turn. Blossom, it's your go.
Well, I was going to try and attack you in the fog, but now you're there, it's even better. Gonna do weapon fighting.
Right, definitely hits. You keep aiming for this guy, yeah?
Yeah, yeah, that go.
6 damage. Okay. Second attack. 18, and because you got that feat now, don't you? So it does add your thing.
Yep, it
So
does.
another 5, which means it is enough to kill him.
Oh,
Hmm.
yeah.
Ooh, what was that feat?
She got the dual wielder feat, so she can
Oh,
have two-weapon
that's cool.
fighting or whatever it's called. I can't remember.
Yeah,
fighting
it's the
initiate one.
fighting initiate one.
Yeah,
So
gives
you
you
have
the
to weapon fighting.
Two-weapon
You
fighting
just add your
stuff.
modifier
Yeah.
to the damage, where
That's good.
otherwise wouldn't be there.
Yeah, definitely
it's
worth it. Plus
Anything
4 every
else?
time.
No, that's my action and bonus action, I think.
Dope.
Oh, she might
So-
step. Oh, actually, no, she won't. She wants to give Gertrude the. Yeah.
Silas will move up behind Snooper, and he says, "Don't worry, friend." And he's gonna use his. He's just gonna cast Cure Wounds.
No.
Yeah.
8 points of healing.
Not bad.
And that's his turn. Lugoon.
All the bad Drapoons have been killed.
Can you do a quick intelligence check for Lugoon?
Oh, I'd love to. Straight roll. 6.
Oh my god, he's gonna target the bestial spirit of the sky because he's Lugum and he's an idiot.
Yeah. Okay, the next question is, what would he use? Would he cantrip or would he throw his spear at it?
I'll let you pick.
He did use his cantrip before, so he'll use his cantrip again. But he would move closer. And be brandishing his spear in an angry, jumping up and down way.
I like to think it's like pointing his spear in the air, like, he's like, can't get it. Oh, good, you told her that.
He'll do Tell the Dead, and the spirit. This is a weird experience for me, rolling against myself. Then I go and open up the spirit stat block. Wisdom save, right? Yeah. +2.
Yeah, he's fine.
Rugs off the effects. Well, that's his turn.
Badger bird!
Iceberg. You currently can't see anything.
I suppose just nicely trots over, you know, just chill. Just like, hey. That's it.
Yep. Snooper will try and use his insightful fighting, which always works, on this bandit captain. That's a nice roll.
Oh.
Oh.
Don't think this guy can. Oh, actually, he's got a +4 to deception. Shit, not bad roll, but still does manage to get the thing on him. What symbol should I use? Let's do this one. And then he will fire his hand crossbow at him.
Nice.
His arm bow.
Yeah, his arm bow unleashes it. 19 hits. Bad damage on the sneak attack though. For 9 points of damage. Firion, it's your go.
Firion. Yes, we're just gonna be birdie bird again. 30 feet to here. He's just gonna ignore that Lugum did that for now. Oh, he's close enough. He will thorn whip the guy
Okie doke.
with his action.
Oh, it misses though, unfortunately.
Probably for the best. Would have moved him. And then yeah, the bird will fly down. Squeak. Fun attack roll.
Hits just.
16. Bird's doing great. 1 +4. Up.
God, my Strahd brain is just like, I better check if they got any resistances, and I'm like, these guys don't have resistances, Lewis. What the fuck are you on about? 5 damage to him.
Distant
Nice.
to the education system.
Yeah.
5 damage, then it flies back up again, and it's got the flyby thing, so it doesn't take opportunity attacks. Move it back a
Bandit
bit.
captain.
Makes sense.
1, 2, Gertrude. 3, 4, Blossom.
Mhm.
Blossom. He's
Give
gonna
it
make
to me.
3 attacks against you.
Yeah.
First one is a 21.
Definitely hit.
4 points of slashing damage.
Mm-hmm.
Second one is a 9, which misses.
It does.
And then he'll make a dagger attack against you. 14.
That misses.
Nice. And then he will run off into the fog.
Amazing.
Opportunity?
I think Gertrude already used hers, right?
But she used it on him. So how could he have moved twice?
She used it on this guy, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
I think Blossom does. Which would be a disadvantage because he stepped into the fog.
Okay. Oh, I forgot I had a short sword plus 1. Oh well. Ah, yeah.
10 misses, unfortunately.
Yep. Oh, he's getting away, guys.
It's his turn. Gertrude.
Gertrude drops her concentration.
What do you do?
She can always recast it later. She'll attack him
Oh, here it comes.
with the thing.
Mhm.
The big play.
18 hits.
Hmm?
Holy shit.
Nice damage.
And she'll do, what is it? The bonus action to try and grab him.
Yeah, what does he have to do? I can't remember. It's been a while.
It says escape DC 14.
Oh, so he's just automatically grappled. He has to do it on his turn to get out.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Mm.
so she can drag him back a bit.
Mm-hmm.
25. But it's halved, right?
Yeah.
Is it this? So it's the stuff she's got left, the 15 feet.
Yeah, so you could move 10. You move 5 feet, essentially, I think. Yeah.
7.
Or 7 feet, yeah.
That's right. Yeah, she pulls him back.
Yeah. So cool.
What is this thing? It's like a split circle, right? That's what I'm
Yeah.
imagining. Like a
It looks like this. Hold on.
Yeah, there's a picture in my thing.
Where is it?
do in your thing.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what that
Amazing.
goes
Little-
with. So it's like a ching 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 kind of thing.
So good. Bet Lugum's loving it.
Oh, blip-doodle-poop.
Superior blibdle poop technology.
Blossom, it's your go.
Oh, might go again. Just get my butt up there. We're still trying to kill him, right? No one said anything.
Yeah, no one said anything.
I'm up there. Up.
Fucking hell, this guy, he's got one halfling clamped around his neck with a thing, the other one's just gonna run up and stab him over and over again.
Bye, buddy.
This guy's getting murked by the Munchkin Guild. Lollipop Guild, that's it.
14. Thanks to the flanking, does hit. So 8 points
Ooh.
of piercing damage.
No.
Oh, you'd get sneak attack, right?
Oh, yeah, and you sneak attack as
No.
well because I'm in 5 feet. Yeah. So another
Actually,
9.
that one misses there.
13 does just miss, unfortunately.
Damn it. What, she's standing in the way?
Silas. I'll move up to here.
Experience like these are my friends. They love stabbing people and
That's good.
Grabbing them with her pincer staff.
Eh.
Wait, shouldn't it be half the square down?
Oh, should he? Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you went 7 feet.
Oops, my bad.
Yeah, there.
Yeah, Silas is
How
just
much-
gonna dodge.
other experience said with halflings, or if he's just like, fuck me, halflings are a vicious race. Jesus.
Lugum.
Lugum's loving it. This is prime Lugum time, and he's finally arranged to get speared. Lugum!
Well, intelligence check first.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Come
on,
what did he
Luke.
do?
He should have like advantage or something because he did just see everyone standing around next to it.
He got a 4.
I mean, I lowered the DC and he still failed. So.
Oh, hallelujah.
Alright, this time I want to throw the spear. Eh. He's gonna lob it. At disadvantage. Do it again. 13, which I think hits.
Yeah, it does hit.
1d6. 1.
Lugum's such a valuable ally.
5 damage. The bird like calls out and flutters angrily in the air.
Iceberg.
Nah. That's it.
Okay. Snooper. There's a move up to Lugum, and he's just gonna say, "That is not our enemy, Mr. Lugum," and points over at the Venet. "That one is Bad Drapood." And then he will fire a hand crossbow shot at him.
Oh!
And he does get sneak attack because of insightful fighting.
He does.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that guy's fucking dead. Right through the skull, and he just collapses to the floor like bleh. Where's that? Combat is over. And you now stand amongst a number of dead bodies. And you look over to Silas Firion, and he just looks genuinely sad. He's just like... Yeah, he's just sort of walking around and looking a bit sorry for himself.
Miriam bonks Lugum on the head.
Ow!
He's like waving his fist back at you, and Snooper's kind of trying to hold him back, and he's like,
Hero of Blibderpoop turn evil! Turn bad!
I have to
Keep
teach you a
Lugum.
lesson. That is a spirit of the Wild Mother.
you know, looks at it, and he's like,
The
Bad
spirit,
thing.
spirit flies up
Spirit.
high.
You should check his tent. It might have an indication of why they're here.
Firion nods and kind of nods his head towards it.
When she does
Right.
it, she gets a little pinch stuff. She's like, ch-ch.
So inside the tent, Gertrude, you find... Let me quickly... You find 10 gold pieces in a little baggie.
She'd like throw out half to Blossom, seeing as we've discussed, we're basically splitting everyone's money between Gertrude and Blossom at this point.
You find a number of bedrolls, you find blankets, you find a empty bottle of what looks like an ale or some sort of booze.
Ooh, nice. She'll take that.
You find
Is
like
it branded?
it's not actually, no, it's just a plain green bottle, looks like but you can smell it, like really it smells strongly of some kind of alcohol. You find like a little table with a candle on it. There's some different clothes, like common clothes in there. There would be like a crowbar, a grappling hook, a hammer. There would be
She'd if she's found the hat of a grappling hook, she'd be like, Blossom, there's some stuff in here you might want.
Oh, what was in there?
There's a crowbar and a hammer
there's a bunch of
And-
sledgehammers as well.
and a grappling hook.
Oh, I already have a grappling hook, but I don't have the other things.
There's a bunch of
Oh, I do have a
miners
crowbar.
picks in there as well. There would be like rope as well, like thick kind of like silk rope.
Cool.
There would be like
Take
iron.
silk.
There would be like 30 iron spikes in there as well.
Cool.
That would be about
Yep.
it. There'd be a tinderbox in there as well. That would be about it.
She'd sort of call out. It's like,
It kind of looks like they're probably mining something within the cave.
Firion looks to Silas. Are there any precious gems or veins inside? or something they might wish to break apart.
There is.
He kind of looks down. He says,
There is the graves of my people and the creatures of the thicket. And further in, there is the shrine itself, but that is behind a sealed door with ancient magic. I do not know what lies beyond it. Only that the Dreamer clan must protect it.
I'm sorry for all this bloodshed, Silas.
It is regrettable, but Tyrion Moonlocks works in the ways of the Wild Mother. The Wild Mother must have deemed their deaths necessary, and their bodies will be good compost for the earth. A great tree will grow here one day.
and he smiles again.
Aaron smiles. Is there anything? Can you tell us the layout of your temple?
The graves lie to the east and west, and then deeper in to the north lies the great door. Beyond there I have not been, but I know that great trials await one who is blessed by the Wild Mother, who would enter her shrine and receive her blessing. Maybe that is you, Tyrion Moonlock.
Aaron gives him a long look, and then just says, "We need to deal with one problem at a time. There's more of these men inside. I'd like us not to be ambushed from the east and west. Perhaps as we enter, we should push straight to the west."
Okay.
If you think so.
Silas steps next to you, Gertrude, and he says,
His wisdom is most enlightening, attractive one.
He's usually quite stoic, but he seems to really have come into his element since we got here.
Indeed. Amongst my clan, we take partners when we have dreamed together and worked together towards something good. Perhaps you shall be my partner.
I've got a sister. I'll send her your way if I'm just quite busy at the moment.
Silas understands.
and he sort of steps forwards and steps up next to Firin, and in Druidic he says,
These little ones are so fun to confuse.
Firion smiles a sort of sardonic smile and says back in Druidic, "You better watch you don't end up in the pincer stuff."
He has a big smile, and he kind of like, he doesn't laugh, but he just like bares his teeth like a kind of.
Oh, you'd like it.
Yeah, Firion steps forward, kind of steps into the opening, plants his staff in the ground, and holds out his left arm, and the spirit lands on his forearm.
Okay, so you're moving
He
in.
takes a big breath and steps in.
Firion, should I bring Iceberg in the cave?
Look of genuine conflict on Firion's face.
Silas looks to him and looks to you, Blossom, and says,
It will be a tight squeeze for him.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, you know. He's a bit chunky. You know, you gotta lose some weight, Iceberg.
just looks at you.
Perhaps he could be our lookout, Blossom.
He could be. But that's sad, you know, leaving him out of, you know, the big baddie battles.
We could always fall back, and if we're in danger, he could protect us as we fell back.
What about if we come out the other side and then we abandon him? That'd be really sad.
Is there another side?
Well, I don't know. I assume so.
I don't think so. I've never been that far in.
Well, that's okay then. We're not going to abandon you, Iceberg. We'll come back for you. Just, you know, just remember me with this mud. And she puts some mud on him.
I think he will remember you.
Don't forget me,
Little one.
Iceberg. I'm coming back. Yeah, hopefully he will. Do you think he will, Leaf Man? Leaf Crust?
I think so. You have left the mud of the earth upon him. How could he
Right.
forget such a kind gesture?
Oh, exactly, you know. You know, if some baddies come along, Iceberg, you know, you run away and we meet back at that rock. You remember I showed you that rock earlier on?
Continues staring off into the distance.
Yeah, you understand me, you remember. Good.
Silas looks to you, Blossom, and he just says,
And you will remember me, for you are now covered in the earth.
and smiles.
That's true. I'm going to remember you. I'm going to remember you for being an orc, a fearbog, a tree, a big leaf, mud,
I am
You
all
know,
those things.
many
And
things, and teleportation. You know, very sneaky.
And he looks down at you, and then suddenly changes into a exact like copy of you, but like way taller.
Oh,
like-
it's tall me.
I am also you.
Oh my god, you look pretty.
And he just continues
You
staying
look-
in the blossom form, and he just says,
Oh my god, this is like amazing. I want to hold your hand.
Okay.
and he puts his hand out.
She like grabs on. Like, now we are two, but we are also one.
You are
And we
funny,
all-
small one.
I am funny. Well, that means you're funny too. We
Exactly.
are both funny.
A second.
Firion's it's like for the wild mother, purposeful moment, and then just behind him, he just hears this inane chattering constantly. So good.
Alright, so I will move you over to the old
Got a map.
the map. By the way, I just wanted to point out that
Right.
the little cave entrance, I had to Photoshop that together, and I thought it looked pretty good.
Yeah, I was thinking,
That's
how
awesome.
did you make that?
Pretty
Yeah.
good.
Because I was like, I'm pretty sure there's nothing on Dungeon Draft that can make a little cave entrance, because I would have found it by now.
Yeah, no, I made it and painted on it.
Nice if you could send it over to me.
Well, I'll have to do it manually for each one because it requires
Oh shit!
copying the terrain
yeah,
around it. But I can always do that if you need me
Not
to.
fun. Yeah, that'd be handy.
Right, so let me just quickly get my notes up.
Oh yeah, Gertrude would put on a green light on her staff because she thinks it's appropriate.
Oh yeah, Gertrude.
I fucking love this music, by the way. I was
Yeah.
listening to it like the entire time I was planning it. So
I'm so glad.
you descend. Your descent into the mouth of the cave begins, and you find yourself on stairs made of old flagstones, weathered by time and overgrown by plant life. After almost 30 seconds of clambering down into this chamber, the light becoming dimmer and dimmer as you do, you eventually find yourself standing at an opening of a large room. On either side there is an almost 10-foot wide alcove with a statue depicting the Wild Mother within. Each look and gesture towards a door that would have stood at the end, but you can now see has been torn off its hinges, and quite recently from what you can tell. And I think, with the timing, we will end today's session.
Ooh.
Oh, I love Wildemount. Oh my god.
Yeah. He's cute.
This is the Firian quest.
Yeah, thank you. I love it.
I completely designed this dungeon from scratch. I drew it out myself and everything. This is the first time I've ever done that. So
Look forward to
That's
seeing
awesome.
it.
I'm pretty proud of this dungeon. Yeah.
Well,
Could you put a 20/20
Every-
light on Gertrude
Yes.
so you don't have to do it next time?
Great idea.
I wish players could just put like there's a thing where they could just turn on and off a torch. That'd be really
Yeah.
good.
yeah.
You know what does have that?
Yeah, boundary.
Yeah, it's tempting.
And it has all the different colours and everything. But yeah. Oh man, yeah, I love it. Oh, I just love. There's something about having it being so open-ended that has such a like childlike sense of wonder in Wildemount. Like when we
Yeah.
set out from Harpaduke, I just had such a strong feeling of just like adventure awaits. Huzzah! It was just like that proper like don't know what's coming, but I'm adventuring towards it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it.
So I love that feat that whatever that thing was I had at the beginning of Gertrude. The thing that gave her the spells.
Oh, the magic
Oh,
initiate
yeah.
feat, whatever it
Oh,
is.
it's so good. She
Yeah.
wouldn't feel the same if she didn't have like the light spell.
Yeah, I really
That's
like.
just one cantrip.
I really like the Heroic Chronicle and giving the. I think giving a feat at the beginning, I think, is a really good way of kind of making the character feel slightly unique.
Mm-hmm.
And I especially like it with the, like not. I like my idea for the future of not being able to take feats
I
when you
did
level
too.
up, but giving them out.
Yeah.
I think that's a really cool.
Yeah. So, but if you wanted the initiate wizard feat in that sort of scenario, you'd have to go find a wizard. Like, hey,
Yeah,
That's
but that's
cool.
cool.
teach me
Yeah,
some shit.
Or you have your first one as that, I guess.
Yeah. I guess
because
so.
that's something.
Because
That's
it
something.
could be like at the end of this little quest line, the guy could give Blossom like the druid magic initiate or
Exactly.
something like
Yeah.
that.
Oh, that'd be yeah.
I just like the idea of for something. It's like it gives more. There's something that like I think that with us as players as well that I want like more to put in the players' hands of being like I want to do this in the world. Like I want to go do this because often it feels like the DM is very much like I'm going to prepare all this story content and then I'm going to present it to the players, which is pretty standard, but.
I think that's just because you played mine.
Yeah, but I think that's just kind of the natural thing that all players tend to fall into. But I think it's nice when the players can go, I want to learn the like magic initiate stuff. So then I'll be like, I want to go find a mage, and it's like, okay, now I can go make a mage and like and do a quest where you have to find a mage or whatever. But it's like it's cool for me as the DM because it like adds, or just a DM in general because it adds us like a thing of like now I'm fulfilling the player's needs and also gives me inspiration for quests and stuff. Like it's cool.
I suppose you could start doing that now though, if you wanted to.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
It's like if you wanted the bountiful luck feat, you'd have to like, I'm gonna go find a priest of Timora and dedicate myself to Timora.
Yeah, definitely. There's loads of stuff like that.
If you wanted to have a jelly body, you could go to the jelly kit.
And it allows you to make custom feats as well. That you can do, like, you know, I want something specific story related here. Like, gonna give them instead of a magic item. I'm gonna fulfill that kind of role.
Yeah.
And then I think it also, one thing that I like in campaigns is giving out lots of magic items, but also I think sometimes it can make like magic items feel a bit cheapened a little bit because it's like, oh, they're fucking everywhere. But if you're giving out feats in replace of magic items, it makes it feel less than that. But it still makes it feel like the item itself is like, ooh, it's actually super rare kind of thing.
Yeah, I still wouldn't give out feet that often though.
No. But it's just like, it's an alternative you can use.
Yeah.
To give you an idea of it, because you know those guys at Fort Champion, like each one with the silver circle, they've all got a feat that I gave them. So if you guys wanted to learn anything off them, they could train you.
That's super cool. I like that idea.
Yeah, I sort of thought about it since you said it.
Well, Blossom's gonna go off, find every druid, teach her all the magics.
Take me to the woods, Firion.
Gonna go learn the ways of the trees.
Varian's on cloud 9. He's fucking having an absolute blast.
Aww.
Been spent so long in horrible, like literally the worst kind of town as well, where it's like metal work, metal stuff, metal things everywhere. And he's just there like.
So great.
And I finally got to play the thing that I wanted to for ages, where part of the reason he's so quiet and slow in towns is it like saps him as an Eladrin. He needs to be around
it's like
forest and nature and stuff.
It's like being introverted. Yeah, and when you're around people.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Right.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. That one shot that I'm making probably be done relatively soon. So if you want to start thinking about your characters for it.
Which one?
So it's called Bad Apples. It's going to be set in Ampvale. The quest is basically go to this orchard and get the barrels of cider. So don't make, and you get like 50 gold for each one you bring back. So don't make anyone who's like too, grand because they're just going to get some cider.
Okay.
It's from the town Bungo's from, and where all the cheese magic came from. What else should I say? Well, you'll see Bungo's family in it.
Well, that'll be interesting.
So yeah, it's pretty funny and straightforward. So go with that mindset, I'd say.
I will be playing Hamish Barley Brew.
I'm gonna make someone really stupid. I really want to play a bug snapper, Kieran, if that's okay.
That's fine.
So he's gonna be a Tugly clone, but he's gonna be a slightly different Tugly clone, I think. It's gonna be slightly weird.
Can he be an adopted bug snapper who's like
tempting.
Who's a bugbear or something?
Oh well, that's happening. Holy shit, that's canon now. I am 100% doing that.
What was I going to say? So,
Bugly bug snapper.
So if there's someone from Ampvale, it's like there's a high probability they're a halfling. There's lots of humans there. Of course, you can do whatever you want. They breed a lot of horses in that place, so you can somehow make it relate to that. But it's up to you, basically.
Awesome.
Okay.
Just no one with I want to save the world. It's like, go get these barrels of cider, and he's like, oh shit.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I'm trying to work out though if they're like a group who are already together or just a bunch of people who hang out with each other in Antfilm, and Tugly's dad's like, "Can you go get this stuff for me, please? I haven't seen him in a while." I don't know.
Hamish is part of the Brewers Guild in Waterdeep, so I figured that would be something to do with it for him.
Yeah, maybe he's there like managing the beer for the
Yeah.
festival.
There you go. Done.
Sounds good to me.
Cool.
Yeah,
Hamish. Oh wait, it's level 3, isn't it?
it's level 3. Yeah.
So I need to make level 3 Hamish. Whoa.
Yeah, but don't feel limited. It's not. I mean, the character could be around for Waterdeep, seeing as Amphail's so close. Like Tom's guy could be considered. Like he's considering using him. So
Wrongly considering.
I'm 1000% just doing the bugbear idea. It's way too good.
Yes. Yes.
Did you guys like Silas, by the way?
yeah.
Yeah.
Don't even
Ooh.
start. So lovely.
But
Oh
that
my
character I did
god.
for so long. Just being a kind
Love
of
him so
jovial
much.
and kind of pranky fearball.
Yes, the pranky
Great.
part. I love it. Oh.
I don't know which day I'll do it, so that probably. I guess it depends for Anya, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
If it's a Wildemount slot, then Wednesdays are the best for me. But
It probably would be.
I can do other ones, but it's fine. That would generally be the best day for me.
Yeah, well, it'd be like in a week, or not a week, but maybe 2 weeks.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
People, yeah. And I thought it was good because it's like coming up to autumnish, and that's about the same time as that.
I like that. That's cool. Fucking Blossom's Day. That was so
Holy
Yeah,
good.
man.
shit.
I'm kind of glad it went really badly because it was really funny.
Yeah, and the follow-up breaking into his house was so fucking good. Did not expect that to happen at all.
Good. Lucy, you created a dog list, and that means I have to go and pet the dog.
Yeah, it's a cute dog. I like basset
Cute.
hounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love basset hounds. They're so sweet. I love their ears.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish they weren't so mutated, but
Oh, that's a good
sad. But yeah.
What do you think of Master Ollivander promoting Gertrude to a expositor soon?
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's pretty excited.
Nice.
She wants to get there though. She like everything's going pretty well so far, so she's pretty happy.
I've got something really cool planned for that.
She's gonna have a massive blowout in Novgorod though.
Yeah, I think Novgorod's going to be fucking insane.
And then I can get my Gertrude commission based on what happens there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, she'd have to move Honkis from Blossom's allies to somewhere else now.
yeah, I know, yeah.
Oh, you should definitely make it after breaking into his house. He becomes crazy and he's like, I'm gonna make a band of people to get back at her, and it slowly spirals into something
No.
really bad.
Get back at the man. He thinks the man's after him, and now his house has been broken into. He's gonna be spiraling out.
Well, I do actually want to show you guys something. It's not completely finished yet, but it's a present for you guys.
I think I know what it is. I've been
Scared.
thinking.
Oh.
It's not completely finished, but
Ooh, that's awesome. Okay, they need to get it done now. This is George.
yeah,
Yeah. Oh, it's so
it
good.
just needs to be coloured in. But yeah, apart from that, it's done.
It's fucking knee pads. Oh my god.
There's not enough time to change it to the pincer, is it?
Unfortunately, no, because he's
That's
already at
alright.
the colouring stage.
Yeah. Oh, I don't mind. Oh, it's so good.
Spiderweb though.
Oh, shit.
So cool.
George must be fucking raking it in with like how much money I've given him.
I gave him quite a lot as well.
Oh shit.
Look at the details, the little tassels on Firion.
The
Oh,
what
so
on Firion?
good.
The little tassels.
Oh, the little tassels. Yeah.
Oh,
He looks
should
amazing.
we should really get a Strahd one done.
I would really like this show.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fucking expensive though.
Yeah, really expensive. And you got to decide what characters you want in there.
That's the thing. It's all the dead characters as
Yeah.
well.
Well, if George did it, then he's already got Helen.
True.
That is true.
Maybe when we all die at the end, we can all chip in to get him to do it.
Yeah.
I really wanted to get these 3 done though, because they feel
Yeah,
really
they're so
special to
good.
me, and I was just like,
No.
I just wanted to give something a little bit back to you guys as well.
Yeah. Okay. I will say there's only 3 daggers. You know, that's not enough. You know, it's not
Maybe
enough.
Only 3
keep
daggers
training.
you can see.
Yeah.
She's gonna have like a loads crossed over her back as well.
Definitely.
Oh fuck!
It's
I love
lining
those
her back.
knee pads so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes it way more scrappy.
Yeah, they're so perfect.
I love all the little sparklers, like the sparklers hanging from her belt as
Oh
well.
yeah.
Yeah.
Chucking them out.
So good.
I like Gertrude's outfit as well.
Yeah, it's really awesome.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
It's
got,
really
Gertrude
nice
looks
and
amazing.
detailed. I like the little belt. Like the cape.
yeah, I got a really good reference picture from a Cobalt Soul cosplay someone did as a halfling, and I was like, that's
Oh, nice.
perfect.
Oh,
Oh,
awesome.
yeah.
And then you've got all the little symbols on. You've got the little Ioun and the Wild Mother symbol on and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
That means, seeing as you've done this one now, it means I can get a really crazy one with Gertrude in like full
Yeah.
sports fan mode, and then then do a rollerball token when she gets pissed off.
That's such a good idea.
Gosh, I like the little bit of magic that she's clicking there. It's nice.
Yeah.
Hmm?
And I love that she's trying to show it off to Firion and Firion's looking up into the system.
So good.
Perfect.
That's really cool. So much detail as well.
Mm.
Yeah.
And it's Tom's
I-
first commission.
Also,
Yeah, man, that's crazy. Oh no, he's broken the seal. Lewis knew what he was doing.
Yes.
Send out all the money.
Who's at the top of all your lists to get drawn?
my list is fair.
Yeah.
Mine is probably Grown Up Mackie at the moment.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Pierre's still a bit early, it feels like.
Yeah. Definitely. I also do not know who I would get to draw a Tabaxi.
That's super tough.
I mean,
Yeah.
Ember kind of got like a little bit more added to her picture of last session. You know what I mean?
With
Blaze.
Blaze.
Oh, Blaze, yeah. That's a bit of extra money I'll spend.
Just get one of Blaze on his own, sneaking
Yeah.
into the room.
Oh, yeah.
No, I
He's
think
a good little panda.
I think what I'm gonna do is get. I can't remember. I keep forgetting her name.
Who?
She posted Vicky C, didn't she?
Erin.
Oh, Erin, yeah.
Get Erin to draw Gertrude being crazy, and then get George to do Sandra and Elodius together.
Good,
That's my
yeah.
plan. Yeah.
Nice.
I feel like I really want to get Elodius one, but I really love Elodius's picture anyway.
Yeah, it's tough.
But I kind of want him in his wheelchair.
It's weird, like, because I often find that I really love the picture. Like, I loved Mackie's old picture, but when you get a picture done,
Yeah, for
it
sure.
adds something more to it, and you get like even more attached to the character. I find like having
Yeah,
Mackie's
I really liked Maxora's one as well.
yeah, Maxwell's one was awesome.
Vicky C's was fucking good as well.
Yeah.
I love Caesar.
Yeah.
And I really like both the Manny ones I have because they're both very distinct. Like George did them in sort of 2 different styles.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the many ones are great.
But yeah. It's way different having the custom ones, you know.
Yeah. Oh, like getting Vicky Sivak gauntlet on. So good.
Yeah, exactly.
Her style suits Waterdeep so much as well.
Yeah, it really does.
Like, I'm even tempted to get her to do a Mackie one, just because, like, it'd be nice to have, like, everyone in that style.
Matching. For sure.
Maybe, like, if I did, I'd get Mackie and Langsam together, I think.
Oh, that'd be a nice one.
Yeah, I'd chip in with you on that.
Oh, shit, don't do that, Tom, now.
That means you need all the robots in it as well.
Nah.
One of the
Always, Shanksy boy. He will always be the robot.
The original.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I find the commission stuff so hard because the characters I've had so far, like their neutral self, like what you'd use for a token, as you guys have said, I really liked the pictures I had, like particularly like Pitches. I love that picture.
Yep.
Of Pitch, especially because I did my shitty little edits to give him the black eyes and the little tattoo on his cheekbone and stuff. But what I want, but I can only imagine it costing an arm and a fucking leg, is like scenes. I want like scenes. So for the longest time, I keep coming back to the mental image of, if you remember in the Deep Hold in my one, where Jorek turned back the Bone Devil in the bottom of the Deep Hold. Like a camera back below him, like holding up his symbol of Bahamut to push back the Bone Devil. I would I'd pay, but I'd want it like big and almost like fucking like Renaissance oil painting style kind of thing. I want it like badass.
Hundreds, I'm afraid.
Yeah, exactly. So to contain myself a bit.
Actually, depends what style if you want as well. Like if you want more of a realistic style, it just what the cost goes like so high.
Yeah, through the roof. But I can imagine. I can definitely imagine getting one for Toby, because I have a clear picture in my head of what he looks like, and it's not quite what the picture is that I have for him currently.
He has the potential to get some cool magic items as well. So.
Oh shit! Hat of fighting.
So it's so weird with some of the Phoenix stuff, because depending on when you do certain quests, it comes up. So it's like, and it could be waiting ages, or it could be like in a session or two. But obviously, I'm not telling you which one.
Yeah.
I think it's the Talking Raptors one.
Well, you'll see.
Yeah.
Lewis wants to do that one so bad, but fucking Pierre's just like, that ain't real, that's bullshit.
That'd be so bad if he was like, this is bullshit, when he goes and he dies. And he's like, well, killed by something I didn't think existed.
I love the NPCs in Wildemount. They feel like really fleshed out now to me.
Yeah.
At least like personality wise.
Love Lugo. Love Snooper.
When he was like, I'm going to change the picture, I was like, I don't know, man. And then I'm just looking at it and I'm like, yeah.
He just seems so up for it. He's like, yeah. I like that one especially because it's like a traced over version of the original picture. So it's not like a massively like changing the pose or anything.
He's cute. He's not allowed to die, Lewis. He's got plot armor, right?
He's got 17 health, so
16 currently. Got slammed.
Yeah. He does get levels. He does get levels with you though, because he's a psychic. So
yeah.
Because currently he's got 48. Got 17 health with 48, which ain't great.
Just realised he's got less health than the bird. That's amazing. level 2 conjuring spell.
What is he? He's a priest.
Yep.
He's like a Blibdorpoop priest essentially. Is
He has
Ploopeen blessed him with the flowers?
I think I've thought what I want to do with Candlekeep as well for the next session.
Yeah.
Because I've got a really clear idea in my mind of what I want them to do. So the next one wouldn't be at Candlekeep. It's going to be at Tressendar.
That's cool, like a little jump ahead.
Oh, cool.
So what's in my mind for canon is because they've seen like one of their people die, they get sent home, like sent on holiday for a little while to be
I
like,
like that. That's
go
cool.
recover. You've seen someone just get murdered by an imp, and you also had to fight an imp, and they're just meant to be like kind of normal people. So they're basically going to be on a little retreat at Tressendar Manor, and they're going to be clearing out the catacombs for Elodius.
That's amazing. That sounds awesome. Man, little one and Elodius is going to be fucking funny to roleplay.
Plus, that will also let me like get ready with Elodius for Tom stuff.
Yeah.
Let me
And I get
think
to be
about what's
Norm.
Yeah, true.
Master Elodius. Oh, Norm.
And then we jump back in with. I thought of some good little, because I think like because that was all like devil stuff,
Yeah.
and Dowden's got a lot of devil stuff.
Yep.
So I want that kind to be the theme of that whole
Campaign.
yeah.
Mini campaign or whatever it is. I don't know.
That's awesome.
So like working out who this guy was who made the place, what other stuff he did, all stuff like that.
That's a character that I need a commission for eventually, but I haven't played her for long enough yet to get one. Kayla. Because the original character I had in my head matched the picture I've got for her much better than what the dice have turned her out to be, which is a lot more lovable, tripping over her feet kind of thing. But I have a clear picture in my head, and there's a detail that I really want for her, which is like the dragony stuff.
Dragon tattoo. So when Dowden finally gets down to it, he's like, what the fuck?
Yep. Pretty damn much. Go with the dragon tattoo.
I think I've got about one more session of Wildemount stuff now until I've got to start planning the stuff like really properly again.
I was going to say, not to be end of
Oh no,
Wildemount.
no, God no. There's no end of Wildemount really. It's just gonna be like I've kind of got like arcs. I've like got the end of an arc will be like way up. It'll be like way into Rex and Trim.
Are we going to continue if any of the characters die?
I don't know. I haven't even really thought about it.
Oh, that'd be so hard, man.
Yeah, that would really suck.
I don't know. Like I feel like I might take a different approach to death in Wildemount, maybe. Like I don't want it to be like there's no consequences. But
If Gertrude died, I wouldn't mind her coming back as like a reborn.
Yes, I don't know, something. I'll have to think about it. Because I kind of like Wildemount being kind of a little bit consequence-free, if that makes sense. Like, I don't want it to be completely, but just like, I don't know, maybe like some kind of other consequence of stuff. I don't know, though, maybe not. Maybe that takes away from the campaign too much. Need to think about it more.
I don't know.
Yeah, it wouldn't
Do
be the
injury
same.
stuff, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to really think about it, because I also don't want to take away from stuff too much.
Anyway, you guys ain't gonna die. Firian's got a whole load of...
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm giving you like a lot of like companions as well, because they can like give you back, like, you know.
I have an idea if Gertrude died.
Yeah.
You could put Aileen puts her soul in her sister's body, and they have to share the same one.
Oh my god, that's a crazy idea.
Incredible.
I have got big stuff planned for Hedwig though, so we'll see.
Okay. So she could have a half blue, half red cape.
Yeah, that'd be pretty
Half
cool.
blonde hair, half black hair. Brown hair, whatever she...
Because I think the big story stuff there's going to be like, I want to get a massive random encounter table for this travel that I've not planned yet. That I want to get like a massive one, and then I'm gonna like take one from the internet and then put a bunch of my own in as well, because I know, like I've said to Tom, I really want a shifts encounter potentially to be on there that you guys can roll, and he can just appear from the sky. Like I want it to be literally the Morrowind thing, where the guy drops from the sky, but it shifts, and he's just like, "Where the fuck am I?" kind of thing.
Ah, shit.
Oh, I know what Lewis is doing. He's planning a big bad guys, Mr. McVitie, and George is going to make a guest appearance.
Fuck, he spoiled the whole campaign.
Mr. McVitie is low-key terrifying.
Yes,
though,
he's
not gonna
awful.
lie.
He's completely terrifying.
It'd be like the whole sun starts blotting out, and it turns out a giant digestive biscuit is blocking it.
I was gonna say, Kieran, this year with Christmas, I was hoping maybe that you could run a sequel to my Christmas one, but with Mr. McVitie as the main bad guy. And
Yeah, I could do
because
that.
I'd really like to play in a Christmas one shot, and I think it'd be fun for you to DM for like Stefan and George.
Yeah,
For
that'd
a
be good.
change.
Just had to think of an idea for a Christmas saw.
The idea I had was something, yeah, like something to do with Mr. McVitie, and like you got to take him down, kind of thing.
What, like
Yeah.
like a biscuit plane?
I think you could do whatever you want with it, really. Like, as long as it's appropriately Christmassy, I think it's.
Gingerbread. That's Christmassy.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Think of a beloved Christmas film and work backwards from that.
Just try and make
Home Alone.
a
Gotta
lot.
get Turbo Man.
Yeah.
I do like Lovecraft shit as well with Mr. McVitie, because it'd be
Oh,
like
Jesus.
a Lovecraft
Oh.
Christmas would be awesome.
I have read enough of it, so. Oh, what would I do with my guy, though? Fotherington Christmas.
But I like the idea of everyone making all new characters for it as well. 'Cause
Yeah.
I just want to see what people come up with, because it's just so funny. Like,
Oh, I could play as Krampus trying to get his own back. Snowman. I'll have a think.
yeah, got plenty of time. Oh, dear.
Oh, it's going to be so good when that picture's done.
Yeah, and it'll be done by the end of the week. That's why I showed you now.
Holy fuck.
Because George said he would get it done before Hannah's birthday.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it'll be done by the end of the week. But I wanted to show you to it now, because I wanted to show you in a Wildemount session.
I mean, is it a thing in D&D that halflings don't wear shoes, or is that just
That's
something we've-
George has done completely on his own, I think.
Yeah, it's like a Lord of the Rings thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
Bungo's
Hobbit
got
thing.
shoes.
He's got shoes?
Bungo.
Bungo's
Yeah.
got shoes.
Oh man, he doesn't have shoes. It's weird.
I can totally imagine Bungo not wearing shoes though, but I don't think it really matters.
I just
Yeah.
love the idea of hobbit feet.
Yeah.
Gonna want to wear shoes where you're going.
Where's
It's cold.
Oh, right, yeah, your campaign.
Ooh.
Yep.
Monk is like, no, don't put them on me, no!
Offend my halfling heritage.
Oh yeah, Tom, would you need the upstairs and downstairs for that thing eventually?
Upstairs and downstairs of.
The staghorn flagon.
Oh,
I mean, it's ages, but it's because it's the easiest bit. So if you needed them in the future, I could just do it and it'd take like an hour.
I mean, I don't think. I'm kind of assuming the party's Bungo's gonna invite the party to stay at the Good Barrel residence. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, because based on the size of that place, I was like, I assume they have a house as well as this tavern.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, is the tavern owned by the Good Barrels?
Yeah, by Bungo's dad mostly.
Oh, okay.
Did you see? Wait, I'll show you this list just because it's your go. family's menu.
Oh yeah, show me. I'm curious. I'm gonna start making my character for the bugbear guy.
I thought I'd put a bit of effort in, seeing as it's based on a character. Put it on Discord.
Yeah, I'm looking now.
I sort of based it on stuff I was thinking of and stuff on the wiki.
Bold as blue. I love that name.
Rare ones from Waterdeep. I assume it'd have the same.
Yeah, I love it. It's great.
Mr. Biscuit's what I saw on the wiki. And I was like, that's cool.
Yeah.
And I put honey pine dew on.
Pot of garlic butter. That sounds so nice. Yeah, it looks awesome. I love it. Slaker, purple mushroom wine.
Apparently that's a special one. Apparently the nickname is the Stag and Flag.
Interesting. What level is this one shot? Level 3?
Yeah, level 3.
Let's start making my bugbear. Right, I think it might be time for bed though.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you, Lewis.
Thank you. That was fun.
That picture is mwah.
Yeah, that's fucking awesome.
Gonna save it.
All the credit goes to George.
Well, he paid for it as well, you.
I tried to get describe as many details as I could think in there for him.
It looks great.
It looks, yeah, fucking incredible. Those fucking knee pads will kill me.
So good.
It's just the perfect accessory to sum up Blossom.
Yep.
Knee pads.
Okay, thanks guys. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. See you
Yep.
later, guys.
Thanks, bye.